Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 91, Bonus, The Roofs of the Woods. Arad stared at Mira. How does it work, he asked. You talking about the bringing? It's simple. You crush the stones into a fine powder then, spread it on the metal and let it rest. The natural flow of mana will move the stone's magic from the dust to the metal, she explained. The important part is the amount. Use too much or too little powder, and the weapon is ruined. I see. Then we'll meet in 2 days. Arad turned around, and Mira smiled. You can count on me. Ayla and Arad left the shop, heading back to the inn. What should we do now? She asked with a smile. I already had enough for the day, Arad replied. Let's rest for a bit. He walked into the tavern. Yo, Chief! Jack was already at the counter. Got some news for you. He waved his hand. Ayla looked at Arad. I will go to our room to change. See you soon, she said. Arad nodded as he approached Jack. What did you find? He asked. Jack smiled. I found a few decent places. Let me go through them. Okay, let's hear it. Bring us 2 drinks. Arad waved to the bartender. The first one is called the Dead Stone Inn in the city north. A normal inn from the outside, but if you asked, they have multiple options from automated rooms, large, small, and even a massage service. Jack explained the first option with a smile. I recommend it if you want a gentle experience, but the privacy is lackluster. You can hear everything through the wooden walls. The second option is Night Tomb. They are like any other inn, but they have a single special basement room. I heard you can skin someone in there and no one would hear the screams. Jack smiled. I guess it's always reserved? Arad sighed. Sadly, yes. I asked, and the closed you can get it is a month from now. Jack sighed. I did want to try it, but there are more options. Jack kept talking. There is a public bath to the south. It's good if you're alone and want to see some things, but I don't recommend taking your girl there. Jack smiled. But if you did, reserve the private section beforehand. Their system for it is amazing. What's so special about it? Arad asked. You reserve the private bath and then tell the staffs who can enter beside you. Like, say, only allow women in with you. Or adventurers, for example. You can even request one of the staff if you wish. It's like a bath-themed brothel with extra steps. Jack drank his mug and smiled. The last one is the place I recommend. They are the priciest of the bunch. But you get a lot for your money. Then tell me about it. Arad got excited. The place called the Roofs of Wood. They own multiple tiny homes on the city outskirts and rent them. You can even pay for service, and they have a lot. Jack smiled. There was a quest about them before in the guild. They looked for female workers. How does it work? Their headquarters is to the east. I will show you on a map. The prices differ between the houses, but the cheapest I saw was 10 silvers a day. You get both space and privacy, but the best part is that you can pick someone to accompany you. They have a catalog, and you need to give it a look, a prostitute catalog? Yep, the prices differ, but I saw a few astounding choices. Jack smiled. Nowhere. Or like what? Arad asked. A decent-looking woman was asking for 1 gold coin in return for accepting any treatment for 1 day, and another was doing it for free. I even found a man who pays women to take him. Arad looked at Jack. I feel like that is sad. It might be. Jack shook his head. You're a farm girl, and by mistake, you set your neighbor's farm ablaze. Your only choice is between becoming a slave for life or enduring 1 day with a random guy to pay your fine. I only need Ella. I won't be using that. What did you and Lydia take? Arad asked with a smile. We took the house outside the city, and naturally I didn't take any service. The only thing I have to complain about is the cleanliness. It's hit or miss depending on your luck, Jack explained. Thank you for the information, Arad smiled. By the way, after paying for the house and a few drinks and food, I have 50 silver coins left from that gold coin. Jack pulled out a small pouch. Why are you giving me that? You can keep it. Arad drank his mug standing up. Thanks, Jack smiled. Are you going now, Chief? Yeah, I would like to look at the homes. Arad smiled, winking. I will be taking Aella with me. Hold the fort. Got it, Chief. Jack gave Arad a thumbs up. When Aella came down, she headed out with Arad to the place Jack mentioned, the roofs of the woods. Their headquarters was a normal-looking inn with nothing special from the outside. Upon getting inside, Arad was surprised by how inconspicuous it was. The place's main business is renting and selling homes. What Jack discovered was but a part of their whole service. The receptionist bowed upon seeing Arad and Aella enter from the door. Welcome to our establishment. How might I be of service? Are you looking for a house or something more intricate? Arad smiled, sitting beside her desk. We actually came for the intricate service, but we might stay for something else. What kind of homes do you offer? The receptionist smiled. That intricate service is actually put as a way to market our homes. Nothing beats giving people first-hand experience with the product. Their plan was simple: rent homes for new couples, hopefully get them attached enough to consider buying it or long-term rental. The woman pulled a small book from underneath her desk. What is your budget? Arad thought about it. Around 10 gold coins, but I could go higher if I got more time. The woman nodded. That isn't much for a house. The cheapest we have for sale is at 17 gold coins, and that is an old shed in the woods. I see. But don't worry, we offer slit payment as long as you have someone trustworthy verify you can pay. That includes nobles, knights, the merchant, or the adventurer guilds are also included. The woman explained. Let me think about it. Chapter 92. The new home is in the dangerous forest. How much are the houses outside the city? Arad asked with a smile. All of our houses are outside the city. The prices range from about 40 gold coins and up to a few platinum coins depending on the size, condition, and other factors, the receptionist explained. I'm not looking for anything fancy. Any regular house would be fine, Arad said with a smile. Ask for one in the dangerous part of the forest. No one lives there, and it's a good place for you to start a lair. I would also appreciate it in the forest with monsters. I do hunt them for a living, after all, Arad added. The receptionist looked down. I see, a monster hunter. There are a few houses like that, but can you check this one? She showed the paper to Arad and he looked confused. The land is large. The house looked like a small shed, but included the land around it. We bought it a few years ago for cheap, but nobody would buy it from us. They fear monsters. The woman sighed. The director told me to recommend it to anyone who wants a house in the area. I should be able to get you a heavy discount on it. Aella, what do you think? Arad looked at Aella. We elves are used to living in the forest. I would like more than a house in the city. Monsters aren't a problem, she smiled, staring at Arad with a smirk. I was expecting it, sooner or later. I expected a cave, to be honest. A cave? The receptionist stared at her, confused. Nothing. It's between us. Aella smiled, hugging Arad's arm. He's a dragon, and she was waiting to see what kind of lair he would get. Dragons usually lived in caves or high peaks. Some took the forest as a home, and others liked the desert snow. With all the burrowing Arad was doing, she expected a cave. Is he a barbarian? The receptionist asked with a smile. I'm a sorcerer. Arad sighed. Well then, how does 5 gold coins a month for a year sound like? That would be a total of 60 good coins. The receptionist smiled. I could cut the payment up to 5 years with 1 gold coin a month. Even if you won't live in it now, as you get stronger, owning land where you can build a lair is good. Monsters won't be a bother to a dragon. You're right. As long as I own it, I can use it later on. Can we see the house and the land? And can I bring someone to help me deal with the legal stuff? Arad asked. If you're buying through the guild, they will deal with all the legal matters. You can also bring someone with you in case you aren't that comfortable buying a house alone. She smiled, and, of course, you can try the house, since it's quite the undesired location. I will give it a week's test for free instead of a day. She stood. Feel free to stay in it for a week before deciding, but I don't recommend wandering around the house at night due to monsters. She gave Arad a slight bow, handing him the house's key. A dangerous home, should we give it a look? Arad asked, looking at Ayla with a smile. Of course. Ayla smiled. Can I build a tree house? You can, Arad replied. You can't, the receptionist replied. Arad and the receptionist looked at each other, and she spoke first. It's a rule. Modifying the lent homes isn't allowed. It's a general rule that was put in. She approached Arad and whispered in his ear. I doubt the director would mind, since building something will increase the house value in case you didn't buy it. The rule is to protect the other properties and was generalized, so we can do it after we buy the house? Arad looked at her. Yes, after you buy it, we won't own it anymore and our roles don't apply. The woman smiled. Even if you paid monthly. You can use the house as you like. After the first payment, Arad and Ayla stood to leave. Wait a moment. Do you need anything else? We offer a lot of services, the receptionist called them. I'm with my wife. How can she suggest that? Arad sighed inside, glaring back at her. If you're on the menu, Arad replied, trying to embarrass her. The receptionist tilted her head. Ah, I wasn't talking about that. She smiled. We have a connection with the slave market and the maid school. If you want a helping hand, we can arrange for you to hire some workers. You can also buy furniture and gardening equipment from us, and we would take care of the delivery. She gave Arad a small piece of paper. Our most popular service is water. We can deliver any amount you want, from 100 to 5,000 liters a day. The woman approached Arad again, whispering. There was a well in that land, but it was buried in the renovation. You can consider digging it up again. Ayla stared at her. Aren't you getting a bit too close? The receptionist smiled. I'm trying to sell a product. What did you expect? She smiled. We also sell a lot of elvish seeds if you want to grow something. Ayla's face lightened. Do you have an elvish seedling house? Arad stared at Ayla. What is that? The receptionist smiled. I see. You know your plants. We had 2 left, an apple and a lemon. Each one is 90 gold coins. Expensive, Arad gasped. Cheap. Ella smiled. Arad, can we get one? Wait. What is that? Arad asked. It's what we elves build out houses with. You can plant it, and it will grow into a full treehouse in a week. Add to that, the fruit bore by the tree has magical properties. Apple reduces hunger, and the lemon can be used to make stamina potions. She explained with a smile on her face. It's cool and all to give a treehouse grow from seed and even get the fruits. But is the house even decent? Arad couldn't imagine a decent house growing on its own. The smallest treehouse has 10 rooms, and the trees can grow to be massive depending on the elf growing them. She said with a smile, I could grow it for us. They are cheap since they need an elf to grow them and live in so they won't die. You would buy them for over a platinum coin in the elvish nation, the receptionist explained. Arad nodded. For now, let's look at the house, and decided if we will buy it or not, and then we can talk about buying more stuff. Arad and Ayla walked out and headed to the destination the receptionist showed them. The house was located on the eastern edge of the forest, in the middle of what Nina described as a dangerous zone. But to their surprise, they didn't see a single monster on their way there. It's safer than I expected, Ayla said, looking around. Not that many monsters attacked us. Weak monsters can smell the werewolf in you and turn the other way. Only monsters with slightly high intelligence would attack you, like goblins and kobolds. I see what will happen when I grow into a full dragon. Monsters will approach your lair seeking protection. They will usually offer food as payment. So expect dire wolves to be dropping some prey at your door when you grow up. Like that would be strange. It's not. Dragons are powerful, and most monsters would want such beings to know they aren't a threat. A creature like kobolds knows that a hungry dragon is a dangerous one. You can find them serving older dragons in exchange for protection, but they kill the young ones if possible. Arad, I can see it, Ayla pointed into the distance. Between the thick trees, a small shed appeared. It was made of dark oak wood with a single door and 2 windows at the front. From that distance they could see a small chimney, but that was it. The shed was barely maintained, with veins growing on its sides and the remnants of a garden behind it. When Arad pushed the door open, it cried, screaming for oil, and a huff of dust rushed out, causing him to back away. The mine was cleaner. How could there be so much dust in here? Arad tapped the wall to get the dust. Crack, but the wooden wall cracked. Arad, look. Ayala pointed toward the wall. I think this is the reason. Wood ant. Arad looked and sighed. This place needs a full renovation to be usable. It would seem so, but the size of the land alone is enough to justify the price and more. We don't care about monsters, right? Ayala looked around. We would take it and start the renovation. I want a quiet place. Chapter 93. The dirty house of the forest. Arad walked inside the house, looking for any decent spot to sit, but everything had a handful of dust on it. How could the forest floor look cleaner than this place? He sighed. The place is dangerous. I doubt anyone would find it fun to come here and clean, Alice said, stopping Arad from blowing the dust. Leave the cleaning to me. You will make a bigger mess, Alice said, smiling. What can I do to help? Arad asked. Move the heavy furniture out and find me some water. I will take the time to pull the small things out and find some towels. Ayala smiled, patting Arad's back. Okay, Arad replied and looked around. I will go find some water, as that might take some time. He smiled. I can dig after all. Arad walked outside the shed and stretched his arms. Let's see, where did that woman say the well was? Walk 10 meters to your left and walk 5 to the right. You will stand on it. Move gave directing, and Arad walked directly toward it. Stop 1 step to the left, and you will be standing on it. Arad smiled, marking the spot with his foot. This is it. All I need to do now is dig straight down. Wouldn't recommend digging straight down, but there shouldn't be anything dangerous around here. Why? In the past, your mother was digging straight down and fell into a lava pool, but can only be found in active areas like mountains and volcanic land. I understand. Arad nodded, transforming into his draconic form and digging. Soon he reached a level where the water started flowing out. Look, Mom, water! Arad pointed as the stream of muddied water gushed beneath his claws. I see it, but we need it to clear. The dirt from digging will take some time to settle. Using his claws, Arad climbed out. You need to reinforce the walls with stones or logs. Ideally, we should use bricks, but we don't have any. Reinforce the walls? The water would cause them to crumble without support. I pulled a lot of stones from the hole, and there is a bunch around. Let's use those. Arad walked out and gathered every decent-sized boulder he could see. Arad, are you done yet? Ayla called him. I got the water. I need to reinforce the well, Arad replied. It won't crumble from a few hours. Bring me a full bucket and help me move this giant cabinet, Ayla replied. She's right. Help her for now. Arad stood and walked to the house, seeing Ayla waiting for him beside a large cabinet. I'm here. Where do you need to move it? He asked. I just need to move it enough to clean behind it. Ayla smiled, lifting from one side and Arad from the other one. The moment the cabinet moved, a gust of dust rushed from behind it, and spiders ran across the wall. A big one climbed Ayla's arm, causing her to scream, dropping the cabinet to the ground. Crack! The wood cracked, but it didn't break. Ayla immediately swatted the spider with her palm. This place is full of bugs. I guess we're not sleeping here tonight. I will try and push that woman to give us a discount, Arad smiled. She better do. We were supposed to sleep here and have a nice time, not clean. Ayla sighed, standing up and wiping the dust from her arm. The hours passed, and the two cleaned and cleaned until they fell exhausted. Ayla and Arad walked to the bedroom, looking at the sun setting from the window. Ayla approached the bed, giving it a light tap, puff. A cloud of dust rose to the sky, and she could see tiny black dots rushing to hide in the shadows. We're getting back to the city, she sighed. You're right, there is no way we can clean this place today. Arad smiled. The two of them headed to the city and to the wooden roof's creek. Arad pushed the door open and the receptionist was there. She looked at them, surprised. Ara, you didn't find it pleasant? Arad sat on a chair facing the woman. If by pleasant you mean cleaning dust, digging wells, and fighting spiders, it was pleasant. He stared at her with an angry smile. I did expect it to be a bit dirty, but not like an abandoned house. The receptionist blinked twice. That can't be true. Excuse me for a moment. She stood and headed to the back room. Soon she returned with a paper in hand. That house was cleaned just 5 days ago, and here is the report. If you found it that dirty, it means he ripped us off. She put the paper on the table. Arad gave it a read, and it was a legitimate contract. This man named Breff got paid to clean the house, and he said the job was done. Everyone that we proposed the room to never returned. They just said it wasn't for them. Could it be due to this? The receptionist glared at the paper. From what I've seen, that house wasn't cleaned in at least a year or two. Arad sighed. How long did he work for you? The receptionist sighed. 6 years. If he wasn't cleaning, it's a big deal. Arad tapped on the table. That was a disappointment. Forget having a nice time. The place was a disgusting experience. The receptionist bowed down. Sorry about this. I will find you a better house. Hold your horses. Arad stared at her. I didn't say I won't take it. He smiled. 3 gold coins a month, what do you say? I even came to tell you about it, unlike the others. The receptionist stared at him. 40% discount, Sadie. The max I can promise is 20%, but I can talk with the director about it. She smiled. Can you come tomorrow morning? I would have talked with the director. Ella smiled. So it's 4 gold coins now and could get down to 3. We're counting on you. The receptionist smiled. You're helping us with the unsold house. I will do my best to get you a deal. She then pulled a paper. In the meantime, do you want to spend the night in another house? One that I'm sure is clean. Arad and Ella looked at each other. We talked about that on the way back. We want to wait till we get it. The receptionist nodded. I understand. Please come tomorrow, as I said. The next morning, Arad and Ella returned from the inn. You're back. It's quite early. The receptionist smiled. Arad sat on the chair with Ella beside him. So, what did you get? The receptionist smiled. The director was pissed. He said you could have the house for 3 gold coins a month. He would have that bastard Breff to pay for it. Ella nodded. I hope you get your money back. Don't worry about that. Even if Breff can't pay with money, we can put him to work as a slave. The woman smiled. Arad looked at her. 3 gold coins a month? I will pay through the guild. Is that okay? Nof Loban, of course. Take this paper to the guild so they can sign it. She gave him a contract. It simply said that the guild would transfer 3 gold coins to them each month from Arad's account. Arad took the paper and stood. Thank you. I will be back soon. Arad and Ella head to the guild immediately. Nina, can you sign this for me? Arad handed the paper to her. Nina smiled. Of course, let me give it a look. She started reading, then looked at Arad, smiling. Sorry, I can't sign this. It's for the guildmaster, and the house is in a dangerous zone of the forest, so it will be rejected anyway. Arad stared at her with a stupid face. Sign it. I can't. Make him sign it. I can't. What should I do? Forget about it. It's not like the guild doesn't trust you to pay. They don't want you to die to a monster attack at night. Even the most accomplished adventurers are vulnerable when sleeping. Nina replied, Ara, isn't Arad? A woman hugged Arad from the back, her chest squeezing on him. Ella looked back. It was Merlin, the archmage. You rejected my quest. How could you? She looked at Arad with a sad face. Ella grabbed Merlin by the cap and started pulling her away, but she didn't budge. What is this? You trying to buy a house? She smiled. Why do you care? I doubt the guild will accept this, but I could do something about it. If you accept my quest, Merlin smiled. All the adventurers stared at Arad, their eyes burning as they saw Merlin hug him from the back. The guildmaster can't ignore her words as the Archmage. She might be your only way to get this paper accepted, Nina said with a smile. You heard her. Merlin hugged him tighter. You two are coming with me. She smiled. I will deal with the guildmaster. Merlin smiled, dragging Arad and Aella with her. Chapter 94, Busted by the Mage. I don't want anything to do with you. Arad sighed, looking at Merlin's face with a smile. You say it with a smile, she hugged him tighter. Nina, tell the guildmaster to sign it, or no more scrolls for the guild. Nina smiled, understood. I will make sure he signs it. She nodded and then stared at Merlin. But I will take it that Arad won't be hurt, right? Don't worry. I'm not going to do any weird experiments. I will do basic observing, Merlin smiled. Let me go, Arad growled, trying to struggle out of her grasp. If you want to escape, you need to move forward, not backward into my chest. Merlin smiled. I'm trying to knock you over, Arad growled, taking a deep breath and stepping forward. He then bent his body and lifted Merlin on his back. Hold up, I can see it. No, I can't. One adventurer rushed to sneak a peek underneath Merlin's robe, but found an empty black void. Merlin pointed her wand toward him. A present, she said with a smile. Salt splash. With a tiny spark from her wand, a puff of salt rushed at the adventurer, going directly into his eyes. My eyes! The man screamed in pain, rolling on the ground like a ball. Growling, Arad threw Merlin on the ground, where she landed on her feet like it was nothing. With a smile, she fixed her robe. I do use darkness magic to hide. You can't sneak a peek. Merlin stared at the adventurer. Then hide your chest, Aella said, looking at her, disappointed. I told you before. It's functional to keep it like this. Merlin pushed her wand between her chest. Storage? Fine, Arad sighed. What do you want? Is it the same as yesterday? Merlin shook her head. No, I pulled that thing out since you didn't come. See, Arad pointed at Merlin and glared at Nina. Told she didn't need help. I suspect she even did it on purpose. Of course I did. You can't be an archmage if you're stupid enough to drop something into the oven, Merlin replied, looking at Arad with a smile. The quest I have for you today is legit. Otherwise, I won't come here in person. Arad stared at her. I doubt it. I came here since I knew you would say that, and I felt you might need me. Merlin looked at Arad with a smirk, and he glared back at her for a while. Arad immediately activated his void eyes and looked around. There is no trace of magic. She isn't watching us. You won't see my scrying eyes, since they are 500 meters up in the sky. Merlin smiled. I didn't stop watching you since we met in the forest. She knows you, Arad growled at her. Of course I would tag you. Let's talk inside, shall we? She smiled. Arad, Aella, and Merlin took a private room. Merlin lifted her wand, soundless barrier, lightless barrier, mana barrier. Those are spells used to lock a room. No one can see, hear, or sense what happens here. My little dragon. Merlin smiled. What do you want? Arad glared at her, and Aella didn't take her hand from her bow. Ah, don't worry, I won't hurt you, Merlin replied, shaking her hands. Especially since you were with Alcott. I asked, what do you want? Well, I've seen you want to hide, but you're bad at it. Merlin smiled. Any mage worth his robe will be able to tell you're not human. I bet a handful of the mages here in the guild are already suspecting you, but the thought of it being your pure blood is keeping their thoughts from developing further. My disguise worked fine till now. But it won't work forever. If you want to blend in, I could teach magic to help. Merlin stared at him, smiling. You will be caught immediately if one of the capital mages shows up. Mages from the capital? I met them before, and they weren't a problem like you. Arad stared at her. I bet they noticed and either decided to ignore you because of Alcott, or they stayed silent until they reported back to the clock tower. Merlin sighed. It's safe to assume they know about your existence. How do you know? Aella stared at her. Well, I got this. Merlin threw a small letter on the table. It's from the clock tower asking me to watch an individual named Arad Orion and report his movements. Arad took the letter. It was true, they knew about him. The letter asked Merlin to determine Arad's type, age, color, abilities, and the possibility of capturing him. Damn it. We need to run away, Arad growled. I advise against that. The mages haven't attacked you directly since they fear retaliation from Alcott, Nina, and me. Merlin smiled. This was the most polite letter I got from them in years. No, I bet I could fend them off if I, Arad mumbled, but Merlin stared at him. Your vampiric and lycanthropic blood won't be much of help. I bet you haven't eaten anything in the last few days. She smiled. I can smell you from here, Aella looked at Arad. Smell him? The magic carries the scent of blood and fur. Merlin looked at him with a smile, reaching with her hand between her chest. She pulled out a red bottle and a slab covered in paper. Dragon blood and black dragon flesh. Those should keep you sated. She put the bottle and meat on the table. I don't feel hungry, and where did you get those? Arad stared at the table. You might not feel hungry now, but it would be bad if you did, she smiled, pointing at the meat. It will also reduce the stench. Remember that the more you starve, the more your blood wants to surface. She pointed at Arad's arm. See, your forearms were smooth when we camped in the forest. Now you have tiny little hairs growing. Your skin is also a bit paler. I would say you are half as hungry. Merlin smiled. I told you, I don't feel hungry. Arad growled. I do eat, and I don't intend on eating my own. Hunger to werewolves or vampires isn't the same as hunger for food. You can have a full belly, but you will still need to eat. Merlin pointed at the meat. You can say, there are some nutrients that your body needs that can only be obtained from eating your own. Arad stared at the blood and meat. If you don't eat, there are some chemicals that your body won't be able to produce. They mainly maintain mental stability. Merlin approached Arad. You will slowly start to lose your looked at the table, frozen momentarily. Why are you talking with me as a mage? I expect you to report to the tower. Merlin smiled. Mages want you for their experiments. I'm the same. She looked at him, smiling. In exchange for helping you grow, I want to have the scales you shed off when growing. When a dragon advances in the age category, they shed its scales like a snake, Mom explained. Our only way is to start getting strong enough to protect ourselves. Fine, Arad sighed, looking at Aella. Guess I'm eating my own. Don't worry about it, Aella smiled. Dragons already do it. She's right, Merlin smiled. In fact, Red Dragon's favorite dish is other dragon flesh. She giggled. Even red bloodline sorcerers can carve dragon meat from time to time. Arad glared at Merlin. That isn't funny. See, I told you, it is funny, and you're not yourself when you're hungry. She pushed the meat toward him. I will make sure to provide enough to nourish your vampiric and lycanthropic bloodline, since it might be your trump card against the mages. For the dragon stuff, you have to figure it yourself. I will deal with that on my own, Arad sighed. And where is the catch? My scales aren't the only thing you're after. Merlin smiled. I do want the backing of a dragon in the future, but I also have some dangerous quests which I like you to take care of for me. Like what? Arad sighed, glaring at her. Merlin smiled, pulling a map from her chest and showing it to Arad. This is your target. A very young red dragon I want, its heart for the heater. Chapter 95. Merlin, the Archmage's responsibility. You want me to kill a dragon? Arad gasped, glaring at Merlin. Yes, I need its heart, so it needs to die, Merlin replied, smiling. Or do you want a reason to kill it? I'm not killing dragons, Arad growled. Not all dragons can be reasoned with. Merlin pulled a few papers from her chest. Forest fire, attacking travelers, and even scaring monsters outside the forest. That thing wants the entire forest for himself, and he caused the death of many people. Merlin leaned back on the couch. I need to finish the heater before winter, or hundreds of commoners will die of cold. The dragon's heart will make it possible to heat an even bigger area. Aella looked at Merlin, worried. You're saying that the dragon's death is better for everyone. Everyone except him. I doubt he will sit and let you take his heart. Merlin smiled. So will you take him down? Arad looked down, thinking, What do you say, Mom? It's not like we have a choice. It's a chromatic dragon, so you don't have to feel guilty. Arad sighed. Fine. What do we know about the dragon? Merlin smiled, pulling a small book from her chest. This one talk about chromatic dragons. You can read about the red dragons in general. She then took another paper from her chest, and those are for our target. Creature type, red dragon, fire, dragon, age, category, very young, location, Gorana, forest, flight, yes, breath, weapon, yes, fire magic, yes, intelligence, capable of ambushes, trickery, and complex thoughts like making traps, minions, derulves, goblins, slimes, draconic relations, origin, unknown, but expected to have come from the north and most likely escaped an adult dragon trying to kill him. The expected value of the corpse is 70 gold coins. Treasure hoard, unknown but expected to be at least worth 20 gold coins. Live capture bounty, 100 gold coins. Hunt owner, Merlin Ashbourne. That's a lot of information. Were you spying on him? Arad put the paper on the table and stared at Merlin. No, I got the quest from the city near Gorana Forest. Sadly, we don't know if it's she or him, Merlin smiled. How did they miss that? Arad sighed. Have you never looked at your body? Merlin looked at Arad, puzzled. Dragons are supposed to be optimized for fighting. Hardened scales cover their reproductive organs and rear end. You can't tell their gender by look unless the dragons allow you. Ayla giggled. We train to aim for them when fighting a monster with hard scales or tough hide. They are an easy weak point that dragons don't have. She remembers when she popped the griffin's marbles. Yeah, that would be a problem. Arad sighed, standing up. I will take this book with me. He lifted the dragon book. Feel free to read it when you have time, Merlin said. You need to learn about dragons as you will fight more of them in the future. I don't intend on doing that, Arad replied. Of you would. Merlin stared at him. We humans kill each other each day. The same for dragons. Even if you evade it, the stronger you become, the more dragons try to kill you. My problem isn't killing, Arad turned around. I know, you don't like the idea of eating your own. Merlin stood. Dragons are territorial. The first thing the red dragon will do when you enter his forest is an attempt to kill and eat you. That is their way of establishing dominance over the land. You either serve the dragon or be its prey. She's right. Don't expect goodwill from any dragon except the void dragons. Since we are on the verge of extinction, we are protective of our kind. You're saying I can trust a void dragon, but not the others. Yes, take anything that a dragon says as having ulterior motives that it will never say. That also includes Clog. Don't trust her. Fine, I will be going. Arad walked toward the door. Where are you heading? The paper would take a while to be signed. Merlin stood over. Alla glared back at her. Is there anything else you need? You have the meat and blood. How about I teach some magic? Merlin smiled. I can do better than Amber. I can already control my flames. Arad stared at her. Merlin shook her head. No, I wasn't talking about fire magic. She smiled. Care to learn gravity magic? I wasn't able to master it, but I'm sure you will do better than me. Arad stared at Merlin. Gravity magic? Merlin lifted her chair and dropped it. See, the power pulling it down is gravity. She then pointed up with her finger. Reverse gravity. The chair started floating with a purple aura around it. This one of the most basic tricks this magic can do. She smiled. I've seen more powerful spells, but I don't have the aptitude to master such spells. Aptitude. Arad looked at her. Everyone can learn any magic. That is, as long as they study hard enough. And since zero-tier magic doesn't need MP, you can use those simple spells even if you're born without mana, Merlin explained. A fire sorcerer would find it easy to learn fire spells but hard to understand ice magic. You claim to be one, so most people will only expect fire from you. Merlin looked at Arad. So having gravity magic will be a nice trump card. Arad looked at Ayla, and she smiled. I have an aptitude for wind magic. Most high elves have an aptitude for light, wind, and water magic. Drow, on the other hand, has fire, earth, and dark aptitude. Merlin approached Arad. Come to my office. I would help you study gravity magic there. Office? We won't train. Arad stared at her. Train? You aren't a fighter. Is this how Amber attempted to teach you fire magic? Merlin facepalmed, looking down as if having a headache. Magic is theoretical. The deeper your understanding is, the faster and more intuitively you can use it. Arad imagined himself sitting at a desk for hours. No thanks, I'm going to kill the dragon. Thud. Merlin caught his shoulder. The carriage would only go there tomorrow. Today you're studying with me until the guildmaster comes to sign your order. She smiled. I want to see how far a dragon can go with human efforts. Ella stared at her. What do you mean? Dragons are lazy. They live for thousands of years, so they barely spend time studying or training. I want to see what will happen if I got you to work hard. Merlin giggled. She is on to something. Your mother is powerful since she spent many human lives honing her skills. Fine. Arad pushed Merlin's hand away. But why are you trying to help me like this? Merlin smiled, looking up and tickling her cheek. You're a unique dragon. I can feel that. I have other reasons, but I'll keep them for myself. That's suspicious, Arad sighed. Fine, let's go. They walked out, heading toward the city's magic tower. The guards there greeted Merlin. Archmage, welcome back. Merlin waved her hand to them. Good job. Were there any troubles? Nothing worth reporting. The two guards saluted her as if they were seeing a war general. I see, thank you. With a smile, Merlin walked in with Arad and Ayla trailing behind her like ducklings. As they walked in, every person in the tower bowed to Merlin. Are you just an archmage? Ayla asked. The way people treat you here is strange. Merlin looked at her, smiling. The soldiers here, they joined wars before my barriers saved them from rains of arrows, and my magic blasted the enemy, so they won't charge to their death. And now if I finish the heater before winter, their children won't suffer from the cold, Merlin explained. I have become more respected than the nobles. Do you remember the two guards at the door? Yeah, Arad replied. The one at the right is expecting a child at the end of autumn. Merlin stopped looking at her lab door. He's been staying overtime to guard, rushes around the lab to help carry heavy stuff, and even suggested multiple times if he could help in the experiments. Without the heater, his child might not survive. Merlin pushed the door with both hands. I must finish the heater before winter, and to do that I need you to bring me that dragon heart. I can't waste time hunting for resources on my own. Merlin looked at Arad. You have to stay here to work on developing that heater, Ayla said, staring at her. Merlin smiled, looking sad. It's a bit of too much responsibility. You could have hired other people. Why me? Arad stared at her. You're more relabale. And you have dimensional storage like me. You can bring the dragon's whole corpse here fresh. Merlin smiled. How much do you know? Arad sighed. I know you still keep wolves inside your storage. I watched you pretend to bury them while sucking the corpses inside. She giggled. I even watched your show at the Goblin Mine, Chapter 96. The dragon learned how to learn magic. Arad picked one of the desks and sat, taking a book that Merlin provided. He started reading. All the time, Mother Earth applies a constant force on everything. Gravity magic is the control over that power. He looked toward Merlin. Who is Mother Earth? The land itself. Most mages believe the ground we walk on has a spirit. That concept mattered to druids, but you only need to focus on the force applied. Merlin replied with a smile. Try affecting the book you're reading. Arad closed his eyes and focused on the book. Don't concentrate on the book. Try focusing on the force applied by Mother Earth, Merlin said in the back. You know, Arad looked at her. Of course, Merlin smiled. There is a trail of mana sitting where you focus. It's what allows the casting of magic. Thanks to it, I know you're looking at the book and my chest when talking. Arad looked back at the book. That's your fault. How about you wear something normal? It's functional, Merlin replied. Now focus on the magic. Arad kept trying for the rest of the day, but he failed to move the book. Are you sure this magic work? He asked, looking at Merlin. Of course, But you can't burn things without fire. You need to activate the magic first, Merlin said as Arad and Aela left the room. The two walked back to the guild. Exhausted, Arad spent the whole day screaming at a stupid book while Aela took her time reading books. Ah, you have returned. Nina looked at them with a smile. Please tell me, it's signed, Arad sighed. Nina nodded. The guildmaster signed it, and he even offered this. She put the signed paper on the table with a small stone beside it. What is this? Arad looked at the stone, confused. A pre-calibrated teleport stone. Set at your home and you can teleport back to the guild once. Nina lifted the stone. It only works once, but it's to be used in emergency only. Can I use it to return to the guild from anywhere? Arad asked. Nina shook her head. The stone needs to set with a starting and an end destination, also with the appropriate amount of mana, Arad sighed. So I can't. Your void walk in an innate spell. It won't help to modify the stone. Arad took the paper and the stone, heading back to the wooden roof. Welcome back. The receptionist smiled, bowing down. We received the first payment. You can consider the house your own now, she said immediately. That was quick. Arad smiled. We can start working on the house, right? Aela looked at her. Of course. Did you have anything in mind? The receptionist replied. I did want to fix the garden and plant some medicinal herbs, Aela said with a smile. Do you have any tools? The receptionist shook her head. Sadly not, but I can direct you toward someone who can help. She drew them a map on a small piece of paper. Say that Sina sent you and you will get a discount. Your name? Not the wooden roofs? Arad looked at her. It's my father's shop, Sina replied after thanking her. Arad and Aela walked out toward the place she mentioned. When they reached it, it was a flower shop. Excuse me, is someone here? Arad pushed the door open and looked inside. An old man with a long gray beard glared at them. Ho ho, look at what we have here. He stood, smiling, leaning on a steel cane with two glowing blue eyes. It was only momentarily, but Arad felt his scales tingling, sweat dripping on his back. Ah, here we go. The old man slowly walked to his desk, dragging his legs as he leaned on the cane. What do you, young one? Aela approached. Medical herbs, seeds, also some gardening tools. Sina sent us. Sina did. Shen must have taken a liking to you. She barely recommends anyone. The old man smiled and nodded. What herbs and tools? Aela started explaining the items she needed. Arad took his time looking around. This place is giving me a strange feeling. I know it. The old man glares, Arad replied. He's keeping an eye on us. He looks old, but he's strange. After a while, Arad asked, Old man, how long have you worked here? The old man giggled. Longer than I care to explain. You could call it my retirement. Retirement? What did you work on before? Arad looked at him with a smile. I was an adventurer, a wizard, but I once used too much magic. I crippled myself. Now I can barely walk. The old man tried to stand, his knees shaking. An advice, don't overdo it with spells. Those directly impact your brain and you can fry it. I see. I'm a sorcerer and was trying to learn some spells, but I spent the whole day without progress. Arad sighed, scratching his head. Look. The old man pointed with his staff at an empty pot. What do you see, young one? A pot full of dirt, Arad replied. It has a seed inside. You might not see the progress now, but soon it will emerge. Magic is the same. It will take some time for it to start sprouting. The old man smiled. What spell were you trying to learn? Nothing special. Just something recommended by the Archmage, Arad replied. I probably shouldn't tell him about gravity magic. I guess it's not your element? Try feeling it. That always helps. The old man stood, dragging his legs toward the candles. If it's flames, try putting your hand on a candle. If it's water, try swimming. And if it's earth, bury yourself. Feeling the element you're trying to use will give you a deeper understanding. The old man ran his hand over the candle. His palm ignited and quickly faded. You know a lot, Arad said with a smile. It's the way I learned magic. I hope it helps you, the old man replied. Arad, I got everything we need. Aella approached Arad, smiling with a large bag in her hands and a spade on her back. All of those? Arad looked at her. How much did you pay? Aella looked confused and stared at the old man. She forgets to ask about the price. The items she bought were easily over 2 gold coins because of the medical seeds. Everything is 3 gold coins, but you can have it for 1. Medical herbs would go a long way to keep you kids alive, and I prefer a live customer than a dead one. He smiled. You only serve live people, Arad sighed. The old man shook his head. I serve the dead ones as well. Hanata herb is used to preserve dead bodies before burial, and I am the only one who sells it. If you died, I would be the one selling it for your burial. Arad and Aella were leaving, but they stopped at the door. I forget to ask, what's your name? He looked at the old man. Kane, you can call me Old Man Kane. Kane smiled. See you later. We might come back later. Arad and Aella left Chapter 97. Bonus: the dragon's minions after a long walk. Arad and Aella reached the forest house. We're back. What should we start with? Aella thought and looked at Arad. I don't want to sound demanding, but we need to buy new furniture and remodel the house. She grabbed the door, crack, clenching her fist made it crack. The ants ate anything wooden from the inside. Arad shook his head. You're not wrong. This place could crumble at any moment. For now, let's fix the garden and get the medical herbs growing. Aella nodded. The sooner we plant them, the sooner they grow. She put the bag on the ground and pulled multiple small pouches. What are those? Arad asked. This one is called a heart flower. It's a common ingredient in restorative potions. Aella draws it on the ground. It looked like a daisy, but with pink heart-shaped leaves. This one is called elf's ears. Aella pulled another seed and drew it on the ground. It looked like a long, flat asparagus. It can be used as a weak painkiller if eaten fresh and as ration if dried under the sun. Does that mean we need to always keep a fresh batch? Arad asked. No, it can stay in the ground for 100 years and stay fresh after picking for a year, Aella replied with a smile. And what about this one? Arad pulled another seed. This one is called mint. Mixing it with lemon and mana enchanted water results in stamina potions. We call it mojito. Aella smiled. It's been a while since I had it. What about this one? Arad pulled another one. That is ginger root. It works as a cleanser and a light aphrodisiac. I doubt it will help, but it might get us a kid in less than 10 years. As an elf who lived 10 times longer than humans, she was like a housewife wishing to get pregnant in the first years of marriage, and Arad being a dragon who lives 100 times more than humans, 10 years was like the first month of marriage to him. You thought of that? Arad asked with a smile. We long-lived races have to keep it in mind. Otherwise, we're slow compared to humans. Aella smiled. Or should we relax and let it take decades? Arad shook his head. No, we need to do all we can. Aella stood with a smile. There are other seeds here. I will start sorting them. She handed a hoe to Arad. Can you plow the ground? Of course. Arad took the hoe and started working on the garden. Aella quickly sorted the seeds and started planting behind him. Let's keep them in one place. We might get a dog in the future, Aella said. Since this place is isolated, we need protection. Merlin said the red dragon had minions. Can I do the same? Arad asked. I don't know, Aella replied. You could, but you must beat the monster's leader, Mom replied. You're a werewolf. I suggest starting with wolves. After a while, Arad finished plowing the ground, and Aella still had some to plant. I will go out for a while, he said. Where? To the forest. Mom said I might be able to get some wolves under me, he replied. You're a dragon, and this house is your lair. The monster around should know of your presence. Aella said with a smile, Don't go overboard. Arad nodded with a smile, shifting into his draconic form and rushing into the forest. Thud, thud. Arad rushed into the forest, running between the trees while listening for wolves. Those things howl at night but are weirdly silent in the daytime. He wasn't listening to the adults howl, but to the cubs playing. Did you hear it?
To the left, I did hear, but I don't think it was wolves or anything. It's our best lead. We can't just keep running randomly.
Mom replied, and Arad started heading toward the voice. After a while, they reached the spot, and it wasn't wolves. What is this thing? Arad gasped, seeing the horse-shaped creature stuck in a tree by the head, his massive horns wedged between two trunks. That's a moose. Leave it alone. They can be quite violent. Their kicks hurt more than the bison. Oh, better I get going then. Arad turned away to leave, but the moose started shaking violently, racking the tree as if trying to escape. Arad sighed. Fine, I will get you out. He glared at the moose. But I will eat you if you dared attack me, he growled, albeit being unable to speak in his draconic form. Arad approached the tree and looked at the trunk. It was a bit strange. It starts as one big trunk that splits in two, and the moose head is stuck between them. There are two ways to save the poor animal: cut off his horns or cut one of the trunks. Arad approached the tree from the front and bite one of the trunks, using the void in his teeth to dig and cut the wood. Crack! As if he was biting on a chicken bone, Arad's jaw munched a chunk of the trunk with ease. He could see the moose getting nervous. After the second bite, Arad cut the second trunk, and half the tree fell to the ground. The moose leaped back, shaking his head, glaring at Arad from the side of his face. Go, Arad thought, watching the moose back away. Thud, thud, thud. The moose ran away into the forest, and Arad sighed in relief. He didn't attack. Animals can sense the difference in strength. I doubt he would attack after seeing you munch on the tree that trapped him. Animals are that strong? Mana Mum replied, monsters are just animals who absorbed too much mana and transformed. But having just a little bit can increase the intelligence of the monster a bit. Why doesn't it increase mine? You already have that increase. Remember the feeling you got when seeing Nina, Ginger, or that old man Kane? It was you sensing the mana flowing from them, and your body reacted by telling you they are relatively strong. Oh, woo, Arad stopped, looking in the distance. Wolves. Chapter 98, Dominating the Forest, the Wolves and the Bear. Arad glared at the wolves' den standing above a tree, spying for the biggest one. There should be a leading couple. Killing them is what I need to do. Exactly. You don't need to kill them, force them to submit. So, no bites or claws. Arad sighed. The leader doesn't intend to leave the den, so he has to attack. Thud, Arad leapt from the tree, landing in front of the wolves with a crack. His tail whipped the ground as his neck wiggled like a snake. A dark shadow burned on his skin as he growled a deep, crunchy burp-like purr, chilling the bones of anyone who heard. The wolves glared at Arad in surprise. None dared to move. They could feel it. Their fangs won't dent this creature's scales. Hesitating, the wolves resorted to growling and taunting, charging for a short distance and stopping. They surrounded Arad but left a gap, hoping their intimidation would work and that Arad would leave them alone. Sadly, Arad wasn't taken aback. He was instead confused. Why aren't those wolves attacking him? He walked, ignoring their threat. With each step, the wolves backed from his way. Finally, one had the courage to leap, biting the tip of Arad's tail to stop him from approaching the den. Arad felt the bite, but it couldn't get below his scales. He looked back at the wolf, and with a swift move, he pulled his tail from the wolf's jaw and smacked him in the face with a swipe. AW, AW, AW! The wolf whined, backing away with a missing fang. They are right. This dragon is too much for mere wolves to fight. Thud. An old wolf walked out of the den when Arad approached. He had gray fur and a missing left eye. Arad growled, glaring at the wolf. This is their leader. I need to smack him a bit. The wolf growled, baring his teeth, leaping forward. Arad bowed, pushing his head below the charging wolf's body, and using the strength of his shoulder, he lifted his neck, throwing the old canine into the sky. Arad looked up, waiting for the wolf to fall back while wiggling his hips. At the right moment, he spun around, smacking the wolf with his tail, as the wolf's body flew away. Void walk, Arad teleported to the other side, smacking him again with a tail swipe. The wolf's body rolled on the ground, bleeding from his mouth. Arad slowly walked toward the wounded beast. This is the end. He smiled inside. Suddenly, a female leapt from the den, biting Arad's neck. 5 cubs followed her, hanging on his limbs and tail with their fangs. Arad looked down. He wasn't worried. Their fangs can't pierce his scales. The old wolf barely stood, shaking. He glared at Arad with fire in his eyes, rushing forward in a frenzy. His jaw clenched on Arad's long neck. Arad sighed, 2 wolves biting his neck. And they still couldn't get through. Their bite of a wolf can never pierce the scales of a dragon, even a wyrmling. But that isn't the case for dire wolves. Be careful when facing those. The ones with the red dragon, that would be hard. Arad sighed, lifting his front claws and grabbing the 2 wolves by the necks, pushing them to the ground. Jeeger, Jeeger, Jeard growled, Harad growled, his voice cracking like a crocodile. He glared at the wolves until they stopped moving. It was over. The cubs let go of Arad's limbs and ran to the back, whining. Arad lifted his claws, backing away from the 2 wolves. The 2 wolves stood, staring at Arad. They then turned around, walking away slowly. The cubs and other wolves were about to follow them. This land belongs to the dragon. They have no place in it. If he didn't bother killing them, they better scram. Grrr. Arad growled, and they stopped staring back at him. How could I talk with them? Arad asked. They are about to leave, move away from the den. They would understand. Arad backed away, and the wolves waited a bit before returning to the den. If you want them to leave, ravage the den. It's a sign of welcome to leave it intact, Mom explained. Now that they reclaimed the den, approach them again, okay? Arad approached the nest again, and the wolves didn't attack him. Instead, they moved out of his way. He entered the den, and the 2 leaders didn't stand. It was clear that they had no will to fight him. They won't attack you or anyone with your smell. Add to that, they will answer your call when needed. Arad turned away and left the den, searching for more animals to tame, preferably predators. Back in the house, Aella was tending to the garden when she heard something move in the trees. She stood, pointing her bow. She saw it, a moose glaring at her from the forest. It then slowly retreated away. A moose? Aella sighed. I thought it was bear for a moment. She returned to work. After a while, Arad found his next target. It was a cave with a powerful stench and claw marks on the ground, a bear den. A bear bite can get through your scales. The claws are as dangerous. A direct fight isn't recommended. When I use Void Walk, can I take something with me? No, you can't teleport to the sky with the bear and drip him. He's too big. Can I throw stones? Yes, I will show you the one with a small enough size. Mom led Arad around collecting skull-sized stones. His plan is simple, ranged combat till the bear gives up. Arad smiled, leaping down and approaching the cave. Roar, he shouted inside, shaking the whole place. After a moment of silence, he heard steps rushing out. The bear woke up and was angry. Arad rushed back and climbed a tree, pulling a boulder from his stomach, and waiting. The moment the beast appeared, he smacked his face. The bear stumbled back, looking at Arad and growling. Sorry, care to give up? Arad thought, looking at the beast. The bear rushed toward the tree, smacking it with his claw. The tree shook, making a loud noise. Arad plunged his hind claws into the branches so he won't fall. I won't fall unless you cut the whole tree. Arad threw a second stone at the bear, hitting him in the head. This is easy. The bear isn't looking at you. He's focusing on the tree, Mom said, and the tree cracked. The bear tore the trunk and it started falling. Arad leaped toward the closest tree, but it was smaller. He had picked the biggest one before, and he was stuck. With a single claw strike, the bear downed the second tree, forcing Arad to leap again. At the 5th tree, Arad slipped. The bear took the chance, opening his jaw and leaping. Groa, Arad growled, and then his body stopped, just a hair strand away from the bear. Just joking. He used his tail to hold onto the tree, dangling his body like bait. Arad opened his jaw, and a black jet of darkness emerged with silence. Clack! A void breath smacked the bear down. The shock wave of the air compressing forced the air out of his lungs, and his head started to spin. The ground beneath his feet cracked as the dust rose to the sky. What should I do? The bear won't die with another breath. Got it. Arad opened his jaw and unleashed another breath at the confused bear, knocking him out. This should be enough. Drag him back to his cave and let's leave. Arad leapt down and bit the bear on the shoulder, dragging him slowly back into the cave. The bear should recognize your smell from now on. Let's look for more intelligent monsters. Like what? Goblins would be nice, but anything that can follow orders will do. Arad left with Mom, wandering the forest till a stone hit Arad's face. GRW, he growled. What was that? He stared at the trees. A small chimp glared at him, giggling, that little bastard. Arad was about to climb the tree and kill it, but a bigger chimp appeared, smacking the small one on the head with a stick. Ooh, ooh! It looked angry at the small chimp. Arad growled at them, and the big chimp looked down it, then grabbed some apples from between the branches and tossed them to Arad. It's the small one's mother. She seems to know dragons are dangerous, and she's trying to solve the problem. Arad nudged the apple away. I'm not here for fruits, the mother looked back. More small chimps hid in the trees and the whole community behind them. She grabbed the small chimp and tossed him from the tree to Arad. She knew they don't have a chance against you, and even if they won, she and her little ones would be killed by the others for bringing a disaster. She chooses to sacrifice one instead of losing everything. Chapter 99, The Start of the Dragon Hunt. The chimps gathered around, watching Arad. He grabbed the tiny chip and climbed the tree. Here is your damn kid. Arad dropped the kid beside his mother. The chimps were smart, more than other animals in the forest. They can't win. They are waiting to see what you do. What can I do? Arad asked. He can't speak the chimp language. It's simple. Show your teeth and growl. That will be a challenge to the leader. Is C? Arad glared at the chimps, his teeth opal white as he growled with a crackling voice. Unlike the chimps, he sounded more like a monster. The chimps backed away, and only one of them approached Arad. He's the leader? Yes, but he seems to have given up. The chip sat on the branch, throwing apples at Arad. Can I go now? Take the apples and leave. They should start offering fruits from time to time, and they will respond to your call. Arad took the apples, hiding them in his stomach, and left. The chimps watched him from afar, sending a scout to follow him. Arad returned back home, finding Aella had just finished planting everything. How is it going? He asked. Aella smiled. I planted everything. We should get back to the inn. It was almost dark. Arad nodded. Let's visit Mira first. She's a carpenter and could help us rebuild the place. Your bow should be ready as well. Arad and Aella walked back home. Mom, is it me? Or are we being watched? Arad could feel the eyes on him. Even Aella was feeling uncomfortable. The chimps and wolves are following us. I believe they are just trying to keep an eye on you. We better escort Mira here tomorrow morning, or they might attack her as an intruder. Arad nodded, and the two returned to the city, stopping by Lila's store on the way. Lila was cleaning after a long day. She had a lot of work to do with all the wolf parts that Arad brought her. When she stood, she spotted Arad and Aella approaching. It's you two? Did you need something? Lila smiled. I bought a house in the forest. Arad said and scratched his head. Well, it's more like a shack or a shed now. I was thinking of asking Mira to help if she can. Lila smiled. Mira is a carpenter. She can make the furniture. But repairing the house would need someone else, but I will take care of it. Arad sighed in relief. Thank you. To be honest with you, I don't know anyone who can build, so that will help. As I said, I will take care of it. Lila smiled. I can get the best deal, but don't expect anything fancy. Yeah, please try to keep the cost down, Arad nodded. Don't worry, I will make sure all the bare minimums are prepared, and with an easy upgrade path, Lila replied. Aella approached. Please be careful. I don't want to lose the garden, she smiled. We planted some herbs. I won't let the workers trample it. Got it. Lila smiled. Mira should be inside. Go upstairs. Arad and Ayla walked in. Mira, are you here? Mira walked out of her room. Arad, welcome, she said, her hair being a mess. Scratching her head, she smiled. Need something? Were you asleep? Ayla asked, approaching her. I spent the night and morning refining the stones, Mira replied with a yawn. Ayla let her go back to sleep. Sorry for bothering you. Arad walked in. Ah, no need to worry. What did you need? Mira rubbed her eyes. I should wake up anyway. She walked away to wash her face while Arad and Ayla waited. After a while, Mira returned. What did you need? Arad explained everything. You can count on me. I do have some beds and cabinets already made. All left is to customize them a bit. Can we head there tomorrow? We can go early in the morning. Since I have a quest after that, Arad replied with a smile. I can't miss the carriage. You can just lead me there. I will take care of everything while you're out. Mira replied, I bet Mother can negotiate prices so you don't have to worry about it. Arad stood. Then we meet tomorrow. Rest well. He left with Ayla. The next morning came quite fast. Arad stretched his arms in front of the city gate. Arad, he heard Mira call him, and when he looked, he saw it approaching a large man. Arad smiled. Good morning. You came earlier than I expected. Mira yawned. Thank him. Bob is the third best builder in the city. Mom called him yesterday, and he had the day empty. She pointed at Bob. Bob approached Arad. You can call me Bob, the builder. I will have a look at the house and plan the renovations. Nice to meet you. I'm Arad, an adventurer. The two shook hands. I usually like to get this straight from the start. Bob smiled. I will decide on the price after assessing the house situation, and then we can talk about discounts. Arad nodded. You can't price something that you don't know. Arad smiled. But you won't find me this evening. You will be dealing with Lila. I know. I just wanted to let you know. The three of them walked into the house. Aren't we getting into the dangerous part of the forest? Bob asked. Arad shook his head. You don't have to worry. It's safe around here. Myra looked around. I feel like we're being watched. It's the chimps. They are everywhere in the trees. Probably just animals, Arad replied with a wry smile. No, Net. Is that so? Mira looked around. Where is Ayla? She is with our other party member, Jack. They are getting things ready at the guild for the quest. Arad walked forward and pointed into the distance. There it is. The house appeared out of the trees, and Bob smiled. This is a nice space. He walked around the garden, carefully evading the newly plowed land. You even have a well. Bob looked down and sighed. Who built this? Couldn't they reinforce it a bit? That was me. We needed some water, so I just dug it, Arad replied as if it was normal to dig a well alone. Bob stared at him. I will fix it. The house as well, he sighed. How about you, Mira? Arad asked. I can make it. All the furniture should be ready in a few days, Mira replied, and then seemed to remember something. When you're going back to the guild, stop by Mother's shop to take Ayla's bow. It is ready. Arad smiled. Thank you. Then I will head back. He turned around to leave. Back on his way, Arad picked the bow and headed straight to the city center where the carriages rested. It was the place they all agreed to meet after everything was done. Chief, you're late, Jack smiled. Does it have anything to do with the bow on your back? It's Ayla's bow. Mira finished upgrading it. Arad handed the bow to Ayla, and she pulled the string. It's light. Not as much as a normal bow, but I can aim for a few more seconds with this. Arad smiled. How about speed? Can you fire 4 arrows? Ayla pulled the bow a few times. I don't think I can. The bow might be light to pull, but it still releases a lot of power. I might snap my fingers if I tried, she sighed. I might need a handguard or a bow glove. What are those? Arad asked. Gloves used by archers. We elves rarely use them, but it seems I need one, she sighed. Should we stop to buy one? Arad looked at her, but Ayla shook her head. No need. It will take time to get ready. We will look for it after this quest. She climbed the carriage. We're hunting dragon, Chief. Jack looked at Arad. Do we have a chance? Arad scratched his chin. Yeah. It's a very young red dragon, and his minions are goblins, dire wolves and slimes if I remember correctly. I don't like when you scratch your chin. It makes you seem unsure, Jack cried, because I'm not sure about it. A very young dragon can fly. We have to drop it somehow, Arad said. I don't think my arrows will pierce the dragon's scales that easily, especially if it flew high up. Ella looked at them. Can we bait it? Dragons are intelligent. It won't take the bait, Arad sighed. Red are arrogant. They won't turn down a challenge. Mom said, call him a lizard or dragon wannabe salamander, and he will lose it. They can't take insult? Arad mumbled. What did you say? Jack stared at him. I would bait the dragon. You two help me finish him. Arad smiled. Don't worry, Chief. I have those. Jack smiled, showing Arad a few red glowing bottles. Chapter 100, A Dragon's Surprise Attack. The carriage approached the forest. The wind became slow and the sun shined hot. This is as far as I can take you, the driver said. There is a village behind the forest, but going there means passing the dragon's territory. Arad leaped from the carriage and looked at the driver. That's fine. You go back, and we will deal with the dragon. I can wait for you here, the driver said. No, you're a big, easy target. Come back tomorrow, Arad replied, but Jack leapt from the carriage. Does the village have carriages? Yeah, but they never traveled in the past months since the dragon appeared, the driver replied. Then go back. We will grab a carriage from there. You don't have to worry, Jack said, and then looked at Arad. We might take a few days to set traps and struggle with the dragon. 2 days are short, Ella nodded. Jack is right. We will get back when it's safe. Arad agreed, and the driver left. I will come back in a week, hide if something went wrong, and I will pick you up. The driver left, and Arad looked at the forest. Where should we start? This place is large. We need to make some traps. Calling the dragon will be easy, Jack smiled, pulling his small pouch. Should we fight him in the forest or outside? Outside. We don't want to start a forest fire, Ayla replied. And I can snipe him far easier. I don't tell you, but the dragon's bite can pierce your scales. Be careful of confrontation. Mom said red dragons can't dig to save their lives, so you can retreat to the ground if things turn sour. Does that mean I can trap the dragon inside a cave? The dragon's claws will allow him to get out eventually, and you need the heart. There is no way around killing him. Mom explained, let me give you another thing to motivate yourself. Killing 1 or 2 very young dragons can help raise you into the very young category. How should we start? Jack left to lay traps, and Ayla scouted the area. How about you go out to find the dragon's minions? Arad nodded and walked to the forest edge, looking for slimes, dire wolves, or goblin traces. The forest seemed calm enough. Birds chirped, and he could see rabbits leaping in the distance. This place seems normal. It isn't. The air is dry and the sun is hot. Take a deep breath, and you can get a faint hint of burned wood. All of those point to the existence of a red dragon. How can the existence of a dragon make the sun hot? All dragons are magical creatures with mana flowing in their veins. Magic dragons have the most, but that doesn't mean other types aren't. Mom explained. Dragons influence their environment if they stay for too long. For example, a mountain housing a red dragon can become an active volcano, and a forest housing a black dragon can become a swamp. Something clicked in Arad's head. What will happen where I live? The first thing is that items that rely on dimensional magic will begin failing more often. Teleportation will also be compromised. The forest will seem darker at night, and people will find it hard to navigate. What about animals? They are affected as well. But they can get used to it. Arad stopped and looked at the trees. Nothing is happening. It is getting on my nerves. He scratched his head. I can't help but feel something bad is about to happen. There isn't anything fun about awaiting a fight with a dragon. Look there, a slime. Arad spotted a small blue blob, a tiny slime rolling at the forest edge. Could it be one of the dragon's minions? Yes, but we can't get anything from it, Mom sighed. Leave it alone. Unless it's a goblin that can lead us to the dragon's lair, it won't help. How can you get a goblin to do that? Smack him and he will run back. Goblins are stupid, Mom replied. But keep your draconic form a secret till we face the dragon. It will help us if he thinks you're a mere human. After hours of searching, Arad didn't find anything, so he returned to Aella and Jack. How did it go? Jack looked at him. I didn't see the traces of any dragon, but I laid some traps. Let's rest for the night. They laid a small camp to spend the night. Arad will be the first guard of the night, and then Aella and Jack together, since that give them a better chance if the dragon attacks. After dinner, Jack slept in his tent, and Aella sat with Arad momentarily before retreating to her bed. The night seems quite enough, Arad sighed, staring at the flames. Bam! A massive being swooped in and snatched him. Gah! Arad gasped, finding two claws piercing his chest as the red dragon flew into the sky. Let me go, you bastard! Arad growled. He couldn't believe the dragon attacked him out of nowhere. Strangely, the dragon opened his claws and let Arad fall from the sky. This thing, Arad screamed as he fell at an incredible speed. Gravity, 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 gravity. Gravity, 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 gravity. Arad kept screaming in his head until his face smacked into the ground. Bang! Arad gasped. The fall rattled his bones. Don't worry, wormlings are resistant to fall damage. They are expected to learn how to fly. Arad rolled, puking. Even though he survived, the damage was real and he couldn't stop it. Bam! The dragon snatched the crawling Arad again. He was keen on dropping him to death. You lizard, Arad growled. Crackle. He used Void to generate lightning cloak, zapping the red dragon before they could get high enough. The dragon dropped Arad, who slid to the ground and screamed. The dragon attack! Aella leapt from her tent, pointing her bow at the sky, but the dragon was already flying away. It wasn't willing to take them in a direct fight. Aella pulled her bow and released 3 arrows, but 2 missed, and the third one bounced off the dragon's tail. At that distance, it was unlikely that Aella's arrows would have enough momentum to pierce the dragon's scales. Chafe, are you all right? Jack rushed to Arad, who rolled on the ground. Damn it. His entire body screamed in pain. Is Arad okay? Aella ran to them to check, but Arad seemed fine to her, bruised but alive. Jack stared at the sky. He didn't even land. My trap couldn't stop him. Aella looked at Jack. I need to get closer or my arrows won't pierce him. We need to drop him to the ground first. Arad sat growling. I will punch the bastard down, he stood. Crackle. Lightning crackled from his back. I only need to touch him once and I will roast him alive. Lightning magic could damage the heart. Don't do it, Mom warned him. The only reason they are here is to bring the dragon's heart to Merlin. I need to teach you how to fight dragons and how they fight. Arad sighed, looking at Aella and Jack. You two go to sleep. I will be the only guard from now on. Dragons don't need to sleep each night like other creatures. Adult red dragons stay awake for 10 years and hibernate for another 10. You're a wyrmling, so I don't recommend staying awake for over a month. Dragons live 100 times longer than humans. Humans sleep for 8 hours and stay awake for 16 hours. A dragon would sleep for 800 hours and stay awake for 1600 hours. That would be almost 33 days asleep and 66 days awake. Arad stared at the star-filled sky. To beat a dragon, I must go back to being a dragon first. That's right. A dragon has many advantages over humans. For the time being, let's only keep the humanoid shape. Arad sat on the ground, glaring at the sky with void eyes. Red Dragon's fighting style changed from one age to the other. The very young dragons tend to apply hit and run tactics. They will strike and retreat as soon as they take damage. Since I can't fly, the first thing we need to do is prevent him from flying. That's true, but red dragons are powerful on the ground. Adult red dragons usually prefer to fight on the ground than in the sky. That's adult, not very young. Exactly, a very young dragon who just learned to fly would be excited to use that advantage, and I bet that red dragon still hasn't learned that he can do better on the ground. I will use Void Walk to jump on him mid-air and fight him there. Loof, exactly, but beware his jaw. It will snap your head in one bite. Chapter 101, Arad vs. the Dragon. The morning came without the dragon attacking again. Arad, did you stay up all night? Allah approached him. Arad stood. That doesn't matter. I'm going to the forest alone. Make sure not to follow me. He turned around and walked away. Is he okay? The fall didn't hurt his head, right? Jack walked out of his tent. Ayla stared at Jack. He means to flow him from afar. Jack smiled. He wants to bait the dragon? Let's go. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small bottle. Take this. I don't know how effective it will be against a dragon, but let's try it. Ayla looked at the bottle. This looks like poison. It is. I trust you can try hitting the eyes or something soft. Jack smiled. We can't use it. Poison might damage the internal organs. Remember, we need the heart. Ayla said, handing the bottle to Jack. Jack pushed the bottle to her again. It's a paralyzing poison with a temporary effect. It shouldn't leave any long-lasting damage. Ayla took the bottle and sighed. You better be right. She started pouring poison on her arrow. Okay, let's go after Arad. Jack smiled. So the plan is for Arad to bait the dragon out. The dragon attacked Arad and might lift him. Arad drops the dragon so you can poison him. Then we beat him to death. Exactly, Ayla smiled, turning to chase after Arad. Arad reached the forest edge and touched one of the trees. I hope we don't cause a wildfire. Don't worry. The dragon was already causing them. What's the harm of having another one if it will be the last? Mom replied. You say that one wildfire today will prevent more from happening. Exactly. Mom smiled. Just don't lose focus. Arad walked between the trees, looking around with his void eyes. Magic is everywhere, on the trees, the ground, and on animals. Each step Arad took made him feel more uncomfortable. The dragon's aura covered the whole place, and this was his territory. Crack. As Arad walked in, a goblin appeared, sending minions. Your shock might have scared him, or at least he doesn't want to get another one. Goblins emerged from the bushes. It is an ambush. I can't use fire against a red dragon. He welcomes lightning. Arad smiled. The void between the air's molecules shrunk, causing it to vibrate. All that friction ripped the electrons from the atoms and generated a static shock. Crackle. Lightning crackled around Arad, flashing from his back to his chest. Come at me. Arad opened his eyes with a smile, and the goblins leapt at him. The first goblin swung a stone shard at Arad's face, but the moment Arad grabbed him, the lightning roasted him alive. No touching. Arad waved his hand at the goblins with a smile. The goblins hesitated to approach Arad, seeing how dangerous he was. Arad lifted his palm. Crackle, clap, clack. Lightning rumbled between his fingers as he formed a fist. If you won't come, that I will start first. Lightning fist, thud. He leaped forward, kicking one of the goblins in the face. Sorry, I meant kick. The goblins were short, so using punches were hard. Bam, crackle, as the kick connected, a lightning bolt zapped the goblin's body and left it smoking. The other goblins charged in. Bam, bam. Arad kicked the goblin behind and before him, rushing forward as their corpses fell to the ground. You came from this way, right? He looked back with a smile. Using his void eyes, he could see the magic in the air. Arad followed the densest magic he could see. Just like the smell, the stronger it gets, the closer you are to the source. With how the dragon acted, it might panic and attack. Be careful. Mom warned Arad as he climbed a tree. Look, dire wolves are ahead. He's sending everyone to stop me, but he can't. Arad smiled, leaping from one branch to another with lightning crackling from his shoulders. You coward lizard. Show you ugly face? Arad shouted into the sky in Draconic, trying to taunt the dragon into appearing. Above you, Mom shouted, and Arad snapped, swinging his head up to see the dragon rushing at him with an open jaw. He's about to bite. No, that's a breath. Arad immediately leapt away. Spark! A tiny spark flashed inside the dragon's mouth, exploding into crimson flames. As Arad dodged his breath, the dragon landed with a loud thud, leaping at Arad like a mad bison. Bam! Arad lifted his arm, blocking the dragon's ram, but his body got sent flying. He didn't bite? Arad gasped inside. He hesitated. He wanted to bite, but changed it to a ram to have minimal contact time with you. So he's scared to touch me for a long time. Arad smiled as his body rolled and stood immediately. Roar! The dragon growled, lunging with a claw swing. Arad weaved to the side, but the dragon sent a second strike. He's fast. The dragon made a 3 swings combo, which Arad managed to dodge. Take this! Seeing the dragon finish his combo, Arad swung an upper punch at the dragon's jaw. Crackle, clap! Arad barely managed to graze the dragon's chin as he stood on his hind legs, dodging the fist. Oh, shit! Arad saw the dragon open his jaw again. Kaboom! Another fire breath blasted forward. Arad dodged to the side, having his back catch on fire, but that was nothing that a single roll on the dirt couldn't fix. Also, when Arad stood from his roll, the dragon was already above him, swinging 2 claws down. In a panic, Arad lifted his palms and caught the dragon's claws, wrestling the hippo-sized monster as it pushed down. Gwara! Arad growled, lightning crackling in his fists. The dragon growled with his claws engulfed in flames. Arad's palm skin started burning. Arad's lightning zapped the dragon, and the dragon's flame burned Arad. The two remained there for only a few seconds before the dragon opened his jaw and attempted to bite Arad's head. Arad swung his head to the side, dodging the bite. Clamp! Clamp! The dragon started biting over and over. After he got over his hesitation, he got even more aggressive. Arad opened his mouth. Crackle! Clap! He unleashed a lightning breath. It was weak, but enough to force the dragon to move away from him. The dragon opened his jaw. Kaboom! He replied with a fire breath. The flames burned Arad's upper torso, but he luckily survived. You used the void. The dragon didn't notice, so it's okay. Arad replied to Mom. I know that I need it as a trump card to finish him off. Zoho, Kai Bo Kada, Non Kai Zoho. The dragon growled in Draconic, saying, Purple, you aren't a blue sorcerer. You're a purple one. Good. He is like that. Salamander, Mom sighed in relief. The dragon seems to have made the same mistake, assuming that Arad was a purple dragon sorcerer when he survived flames while using lightning. You're willing to talk? Arad sighed in Draconic. No, a purple bastard killed father, took mother, and forced me to flee here. I will keep hunting and killing until I get strong enough to eat him, and what a nice start to have a purple sorcerer for dinner. The dragon growled, flame gushing from his nose. Wait, what? Arad gasped as the dragon rushed at him. He leapt to the side and dodged the charge, lightning bolt, zapping the dragon twice before taking a deep breath. Lightning breath! The dragon managed to dodge the breath by flapping his wings and taking to the sky. Come back here! Arad shouted. Your friends are coming, and I'm not stupid to fight the 3 of you simultaneously. He flapped his wings. Arad stepped forward and was about to use Void Walk to latch on the dragon when a dire wolf leapt from the bushes and bite his leg. You, Arad growled, unleashing a lightning shock at the monster. Pooh! An arrow flew from the bushes and hit the wolf's neck. The dragon had already flown out of reach. What took you so long? Arad asked, but quickly noticed how rugged Aella and Jack looked. The wolves? Aella looked down. Sorry, they blocked our way, and we couldn't get here in time. Arad sat on the ground. Damn it, Papda, we nay one so. Jack looked at him. To me, it seemed the dragon knew from the start that we were after you. He sent the wolves to stall us and left when we were about to arrive. I hate to admit it, but he played us. Arad sighed as Aella sat on the ground beside him. Did you hit him with lightning? She asked. Plenty. But he didn't fall, Arad replied. It seemed to hurt him, but not enough to prevent him from flying away. That means we need to think of something else. Crack. As Aella was talking, a stone fell from the sky, crushing her ankle. Gragala. Arad glared at the sky, and the dragon was there carrying boulders. Chapter 102, planning a raid on a dragon's lair. Arad glared at the sky, growling. This bastard. The dragon wasn't willing to give them a moment of rest. He fully utilized his aerial advantage to throw rocks from a safe distance. He then dropped the second rock he carried. Arad swung his palm up, touching the boulder as it reached the ground and sucking it into his stomach. Crackle! Swash! Lightning crackled on his shoulder while flames rose from his back. It's personal now, he growled. He then lifted a fist-sized stone from the ground. The dragon was out of stones. He could only carry 2 sizable ones. He stayed in the sky, looking down to see what Arad wanted to do. Arad pulled his hand back, assuming a throw position. The dragon smiled inside. There was no way Arad could hit him high in the sky, void walk. Arad's body disappeared, teleporting 30 meters into the sky and halving the distance between him and the dragon. Bam! Arad threw the stone as hard as he could, hitting the dragon's left eye. The dragon roared, growling in pain as Arad fell back down. Crack. He landed on his legs, lifting another stone immediately. But the dragon fled the scene. The bastard got away. Arad growled inside. Don't worry, we will get him next time. For now, check on Aella. That's right. Arad calmed immediately, staring at Aella and approaching her. How is your leg? Arad asked. I'm fine, Aella replied. Jack looked at Arad. Just a healing potion and some sticks to support her leg, and she is fine. He already gave her one of the potions he borrowed permanently from Alcott and tied sticks to her ankle and tibia. Let's find a safe place to rest in. A cave or under a big tree would be best, Arad said, looking around. Jack stood. I won't recommend a cave. The dragon might ambush us. He looked at Arad. We will only corner ourselves. You could set your traps at the entrance, Arad replied, staring at Jack. No, Aella said, standing with Arad's help. The dragon will send his minions to attack. It will be useless. What do you suggest then? Arad looked at her. Let's hide under a big tree, she said. Jack shook his head. What if he started throwing burning wood down? Most likely he won't. The dragon isn't stupid to burn his territory, but he won't mind a little bit of damage, Mom explained. Let's build a tent under a tree. I will start digging inside the tent for an underground shelter, Arad said, pointing toward a large tree in the distance. The 3 walked toward the tree and looked around. The area seemed calm enough. I will set the tent, and you, Chief, collect wood. Aella keeps watching the sky, Jack said with a smile, putting on the tent and getting to work. Aella couldn't really move around easily, so her job was to keep an eye out for the dragon. After a while, the tent was up with no problems. How do you feel? Arad asked Aella. I'm fine. The potion seems to be working. I should be able to walk in an hour or 2. Aella smiled, looking up with a smile. Let's get something to eat first. We can't fight on an empty stomach. Jack approached them with a smile. Potions won't work well either. Potions need the endurance to work. They are a magical item, but healing potions specifically don't work as most people expect. Usually people see healing potions as magical items, which you drink and get better. They heal the wounds, but that's far from reality. Those potions accelerate your natural regeneration, that's all. If you happen to be starving, your body won't have enough nutrients to heal itself, even with a potion. There are rare cases when the potion works on a starving person, but they lose a lot of muscle mass. After Jack explained how the potions worked, and that Aella need to eat as soon as possible, He pulled their rations from the bag and started preparing the food. Arad walked around the tree, collecting sizable stones as Jack prepared the food. He needs to get ready for the next fight, and ranged combat might be his only option. Try to get on the dragon's back before transforming. If he saw you and managed to escape, chances that we won't see him again are high. Will he run from a wormling? Arad asked. No, he won't risk fighting an unknown wormling. Most likely he will keep avoiding us until he understands what you are and how to kill you, and that won't happen. So he will keep running away and wasting our time. How about I attack him inside his lair? Arad thought. His lair, that might work. Except we don't know where the lair is, and you can't leave Ayala and Jack alone. Mom sighed. With how you fought and how easily Ayala got injured, the dragon would start targeting them instead. How about I dig a hole, and we look for the dragon from the underground? He won't be able to get us that way, Arad suggested. That's a valid idea, but we still haven't seen the dragon slimes yet. I'm worried about them. Novel slimes. They are weak, aren't they? Arad thought, remembering how he fought slimes. Don't underestimate slimes. If a dragon is keeping them, they must have something special. Mom warned Arad. For now, we'll eat and discuss the plan with Jack and Ella. What might be scary about slimes? Do they get big? Arad asked. The intensity of their acid, special abilities, or sheer numbers. Even you would die if the hole you dug got filled with acid-spitting slimes. I see. Arad thought about it, and it was a real problem. After collecting enough stones, Arad returned to Jack and Ella as the food got ready. What did you prepare? Jack smiled. Nothing fancy. I'm not a cook, he replied. I just threw some meat on the flames for us, and gave Ella some greens this time we had salt. He smiled, shaking a small bag. Is salt rare? Arad asked. No, not really. Jack replied. In some places you can build houses with it, and in others it's unavailable the whole year. Jack sighed. And how did you get that? Arad stared at the fat, salt-filled pouch that Jack carried. I sure didn't see any salt house around here. Jack smiled. Actually, I didn't steal it this time. He looked at Arad with a grin. I got it from Lydia. Albite. I don't know how she got her hands on this much. Jack waved his hands. But it must be legal. She's a paladin, after all. A gift from her? Arad said, sitting beside the flames. Let's talk about the dragon. Arad shifted the topic. Nothing would matter if they failed. Do you have an idea? Jack looked at Arad with a serious face. I have one, but not sure how we will do it, Arad replied. I don't think the dragon will fall into a trap. Ayala looked at Arad. I was thinking of something else. How about we attack him in his lair? Arad smiled. How are we going to do that? Jack replied. It involves you digging, doesn't it? Ayala looked at Arad, smiling. Arad nodded. Yes, I will start digging underneath the tent so the dragon won't see me, and we'll make our way to his lair from there. My question is, can you track him? Do we even know the location of his lair? Jack looked at Arad. And even if we got there, I won't have time to lay traps or anything that could help us keep that thing from just flying away. Jack is right, Ella looked at Arad. I'm the dragon who had planned to fight people inside his lair. That's too dangerous. Arad looked at them. Right now, we're setting targets for him to attack. He smiled. We need to get to his lair where he can't fly away, and then I will kill him. How do you intend to do that? From the start, Jack looked at Arad. I can see magic, so we'll use that to track the dragon to his lair. Arad started explaining his plan. Then we'll wait underground till the dragon leave and then get out to place the traps. Jack smiled. The dragon comes back, gets captured by the traps, and then we gang on him. Seems like a solid plan. So where is the bee? The bee, Arad said, looking at Jack. He means, what if the dragon learned of our arrival and sent his minions instead? Ayla said with a worried face. Arad thought about it for a moment. We hide underground again and pretend to leave. As Arad was speaking, Mom called him. We can steal the dragon's treasure. He would be pissed enough to attack us directly. Or we can steal his treasure to force him to attack, Erod added. Jack glared at Erod, his chin resting on his hands. Speak. I'm listening. Chapter 103, The Dragon's Lair. Erod smiled, even though he's still very young. I bet that dragon has a few coins down his pocket. Jack smiled. With all the people attacking and stuff, that must be right. You two? Ayla stared at them. Isn't that dangerous? Arad looked at her. Those treehouse seeds you talked about were expensive, he said. It clicked in her head. She smiled with sparkling eyes. I hope he has enough gold. Dragons are dangerous creatures, and only a fool would challenge them in a fight for fun. Yet, over the ages, humans raided the dragon's lairs over and over for a single reason. Those holes are filled with wealth and gold. The three looked at each other. We first snatch the treasure and hide it in my stomach, Ared said. After that, we can deal with killing the dragon. Jack looked at Ared. We can just take the treasure and hit the road. No, we need the heart, Alice said with a sigh. And Ared, you do need the dragon, right? Binnable? Ared looked at her. You still haven't eaten anything, have you? She said. Ared opened his hands and the blood bottle in the flesh slap appeared. I feel like I can't go back if I ate them. You will be fine. But I don't suggest using your vampiric or wormwolf powers before eating, as those would make you starve faster. Mom explained. Ared stood hiding them in his stomach. I will eat when I need to. He stretched his arms. Should we start working? He said. Jack and Ayla stood smiling. Let's go, but we need to move the tent to another spot, Jack said. To where? Arad replied. Behind the tree, Jack pointed at the big tree they hid under. That patch there has some dirt, and they won't notice us if you can dig well. Arad can dig pretty well. He's also fast, Ayla said with a smile. Well then, we will move the tent and use that place as a start. Let's hope the dragon won't attack immediately, Arad said with a smile. Tell Jack to pretend to be preparing traps. We need the dragon to think we're trying to bait him to attack. That's why he won't attack us the place. Jack, can you pretend to make some traps? The dragon won't attack us though we want him to attack, Arad said with a smile. So want to make him feel like we're trying to bait him in a trap. Easy enough. Jack smiled as he walked around, gathering sticks and creating weird contraptions that did nothing and hid behind bushes and leaves. Ayla helped as well. She walked around, drawing fake magical circles in the ground and hiding them with dirt and grass. She wanted to make it look the place is ready to blow up the moment the dragon gets close. The dragon is bound to be watching from afar, and this makes it seem to like attacking the place is a bad idea. Arad, Ayla, and Jack retreated to the tent that Arad moved and hid inside. Good, be careful. I'm transforming. Arad warned them as he morphed. The tent wasn't that big, and they had to curl in the corners to give Arad enough space. Arad extended his claws and started scratching at the ground, digging and hiding the dirt in his stomach. He kept doing it for a few moments until he got enough room to slip inside. He then transformed back into his humanoid form to talk. Since you're two, can you latch under my wings? Arad looked at them. We can't just crawl behind you? Jack asked. The hole is only big enough for me to fit, and you would be better protected from a collapse if you hid under my wings, Arad replied. Jack nodded. We're getting a ride under a dragon's armpit, no wing pit. It doesn't matter, does it? Arad looked at him. Fair enough, Jack replied, and he and Ayla latched onto Arad's wings. This is better than I thought. We're even protected from dirt, Ayla said with a smile. What did you expect? Jack sighed. Last time I latched onto his stomach. I still had my hair dragged on the ground, Ayla replied with a smile. Arad leapt into the hole and started digging. He then closed the hole behind him when he got deep enough. I can't believe we're carried by a dragon digging underground like a mole, Jack said. As the two chatted, Arad was looking around with his void eyes for dense magic. The denser it gets, the closer they are to the dragon's lair. One claw after the other, Arad chased the magic till he stood beneath the densest part. This should be it. Don't go out. Sit and watch for a while. Mom said, if it started to move, we knew it was coming from the dragon. After an hour of waiting, the dense magic finally moved. Mom was right, that it was related to a living being, the dragon. As Arad looked up, he could see the magic move and leave. The dragon must have been resting after Arad got his left eye. The place seemed safe, got out slowly. Arad turned his head toward Aella and Jack, and they understood that it was time. Arad slowly clawed out, only digging a small hole enough for him to peek through. They were inside a cave filled with the dragon's smell. It is the lair, sulfur and pumice. This has to be the place, Jack said with a smile. This smells horrible. Aella closed her nose. Arad turned his long neck and looked at Jack. I heard that red dragons smell like that. Any rogue or druids wouldn't miss it, Jack said, smiling. Arad dug the hole out and exited, letting Jack and Aella stand. Where is the gold? Jack asked. Arad morphed back to his humanoid form. That way is the exit, Jack smiled. So the treasure is this way. He turned around, but Arad stopped him. Traps, he said. Jack stopped, looking down with a sad face. Yeah, we can't have the dragon come back and eat us before we can get the gold. He bent down and started pulling wires from his pocket. You two go deeper and look for treasure. I will make sure this place is a death trap. Arad smiled. Thanks. Be careful from the dragon's return. Don't worry. I know how to hide. Jack smiled and how to make some nasty traps. He pulled a small glass bottle from his pocket that had a black powder in it. What is that? Aella asked. I call it kaboom salt. Jack looked at them with an evil smile. It's a fun toy to use. He immediately started digging small holes in the ground, pouring some kaboom salt and putting steel spikes on top. Arad and Aella looked at each other and then walked down the cave. Aella kept her nose closed. The strong smell was more than she could handle. How big is this place? She mumbled. I don't know, but we should be close, Arad replied, smiling. After half an hour of slowly crawling in small crevices, they finally reached the last room. Arad lifted his palm and ignited a flame, revealing what the room hid from them. Is this a pile of trash? Aella sighed. Arad looked around. He could see armor sets, weapons, monster heads, and steel carriage wheels. They are what the dragon hunted on the road. His treasure wasn't going to be pure gold and gems. The dragon was hunting and killing travelers around here, Arad said, crouching beside the pile of items. In this sense, he seems more like a crow, picking anything shiny. Aella said, lifting one of the armor sets. Can we sell this for money? Of course, but look here, Arad smiled, pointing with his hand at a strange clawed part of the stone ground. Let me dig, Puff. Arad transformed back into his draconic form and ignited the flames on the tip of his tail like a light. He then used his front claws to dig. Suddenly, Aella smiled. This is it. She saw a silver coin in the dirt. Arad was taking out, keep digging. He buried the gold there, she said. Arad kept clawing and clawing. He first picked copper coins and then silver coins. And lastly, he started pulling gold and gems. Arad morphed back into his humanoid form. The two then started counting the coins one at a time. There weren't that many gold coins, but there were a ton of copper and silver coins. Not that many people carry gold coins when traveling, and commoners barely see them. If the dragon was attacking travelers, it makes sense that he would have more copper and silver coins than gold. After a while, Arad and Aella gave up counting the copper coins, and Arad started putting everything in his stomach, dirt and coins alike. He can clean and count later. Boom, 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 boom. The cave shook as multiple explosions were heard. Chapter 104. Everyone vs. the dragon Ir Doom, Arad, and Aella stood, feeling the cave shaking beneath their feet. The dragon's roar grew closer, and Arad swung his palm. Hide behind me, he shouted, standing in front of Aella. Aella pulled her bow and pointed at the entrance. I will shoot, she said. Don't shoot until we see Jack. I bet he's running this way, Arad said, glaring at the darkness. From the crack, Jack rushed in as fast as he could. Sorry, I have no other way to run. Jack cried, bam. As Jack screamed, the dragon burst behind him with flames gushing from his jaw. Roar, era, air. He was pissed off. In that brief moment, Arad notices the spikes covering the dragon's lower body. Jack's trap was successfully activated, but it didn't take the dragon down. Crackle, Arad's palms sparked with lightning. He pointed his hand at the dragon and screamed, "Dodge!" Jack knew it was coming. He leaped forward, rolling away from Arad's magic at the last moment. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt. The magic flashed, illuminating the cave with a bright white light. The three spells hit the dragon, but he wasn't fazed at all, as if the rage and anger had taken hold of his mind. The dragon opened his jaw, roaring. With a red spark, a massive blast of flames rushed forward. Aella took that chance and fired an arrow directly at the dragon's mouth, but the flames burned it and melted the tip before it could reach him. Jack rolled behind Arad and stood staring back at the rushing flames. Arad stepped forward, opening his mouth and screaming as loudly as he could. Fire breath counter flames with flames. The two breaths collided, burning for a moment before exploding in a massive blast that cracked the cave. Arad's body flew backward, rolling on the ground and finally hitting the wall. The red dragon's breath won, mainly because he was heavier and had bigger lungs. The dragon stood still for the blink of an eye, pondering how could a mere human mana to match his fire breath. He, the mighty dragon, his breath failed to overwhelm the petty imitation of a naked ape. His eyes flashed red as flames gushed from his ears, and he got angrier. Aella stepped back, aiming her bow at the dragon's head. Pew! 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 She released 3 arrows. One missed as the dragon moved, while the other 2 bounced off his scales. The dragon's head wasn't a flat surface, but had a long shape that helped deflect projectiles. Aella had aimed for the eyes, the softest possible spot to hit on a dragon's body, but she missed. Jack rushed to Arad, helping him stand and shoving a healing potion in his mouth. "Stand up! Breath!" Arad shook his head, looking at the dragon. The impact was painful, especially since he was out of breath at the moment. Jack looked at Arad's eyes, seeing that he was disoriented. He then pulled a small bottle from his pocket and threw it at the dragon. "Catch," he said. The moment the bottle touched the dragon's hot body, it exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke that filled the dragon's half of the room. Clap. Jack then slightly slapped Arad's face. "Can you hear me? Focus. The dragon can't see them, and neither can they see him, but there is one exception." Arad took a deep breath and walked forward, void eyes Adonarik. Or the red dragon was a stupidly large ball of magic. All he needed to do was look for that. Arad opened his mouth without wasting time and unleashed a lightning breath at the dragon's location. The dragon saw a white flash in the smoke and weaved to the side, dodging the lightning's breath. Thanks to that, he now knew Arad's location. Thud, with one powerful leap like a cat rushing at a mouse, the dragon jumped at Arad. Opening his jaw, the dragon attempted to bite Arad, but he only tasted the air. Arad already moved back a few steps, frustrated. The dragon used his whole momentum to keep moving forward. With violence in mind, the dragon swung his claw at Arad at an incredible speed. Arad had expected that, and he easily stepped away from the attack, opening his palm to cast a spell. Smack. The dragon had another claw coming. He smacked Arad's side as hard as he could. Crack. Arad felt the bones in his shoulders snap. His left ribs broke and his torso moved so fast that his left leg got dislocated. His head accelerated rapidly, knocking him out for a brief moment. Thwack. Arad's body hit the ground so hard it bounced back, smacking the wall and then falling further away. HP 108 10-8 108 Tress 43 108 Tress for 3 10th H HP 43 10th H B43 10th H. Arad wasn't looking good, bleeding from the inside out, his head going in and out of consciousness as he got hit. Mom tried to scream in his head, but he was unresponsive. The dragon looked at Arad, but then something smacked his head. Bam! When he looked, it was Aella with her eyes glowing green in the dark. She pointed her hand at him. "Spirits of the woods, grant me the power to blast the monster ahead of me." She growled air blast. A ball of compressed air rushed at the dragon, exploding at his head like a shockwave, and just before he could rush at her, she fired 3 arrows at his face.
Pew, pew!
Phew, the 3 arrows hit, 2 bounced off the scales, and the last one got deflected by the dragon's nictitating membrane. Ayla gasped, taking a step back. Even hitting the eye directly with her arrows could damage the dragon. But then she remembered that Arad damaged him by throwing a stone. The membrane is weak against bludgeoning damage, not piercing. Ayla ground her teeth. She doesn't have flat or ball arrows. As Ayla and the dragon were having that confrontation, Jack rushed at Arad with another healing potion, forcing it down his throat. "This is the 2nd time, Chief," Jack said with a smile. That slap sounded horrible. "Can't you do something about your body?" He asked if Arad could transform into his draconic form, as that might be more durable. "I need to get on his back," Arad said, standing while leaning on Jack's shoulder. His left leg didn't have enough strength to carry him, and the potions still haven't fully taken effect. Jack smiled. "Well then, Chief, I will make sure you get that." Thud. Jack rushed at the dragon with a smile. "Yo, iguana," he shouted, and the dragon's neck snapped, glaring at him. "Your gold is mine," Jack taunted the dragon, and it worked. The dragon roared, getting lit from rage. This bald ape called him an iguana. The dragon's blood boiled, and he rushed forward, opening his jaw to bite Jack. With a smile, Jack slid under the attack and below the dragon's chest. The heat there was so intense that his clothes started catching on fire. With one swift move, Jack pulled a metal spike from his pocket and was about to put it on the ground. But the dragon leapt back. "Come back here," Jack shouted at him, but the dragon didn't care, swinging 2 claws at Jack. As if to piss the dragon more, Jack dodged the 2 claws with a smile and ran underneath him again. This time, the dragon's tail was on the wall, so he couldn't back away. Jack dropped the metal spike on the ground, and its base exploded, sending the shaft up and piercing the dragon's scales. The dragon roared. Till this point, only Jack's weird traps worked. Jack was determined. He didn't come here to get rich. Everyone knows that getting rich by robbing a dragon horde is a stupid idea. Instead, he came for one reason, and for it, he had prepared a lot. Jack pulled his dagger and pushed it between the dragon's scales, pulling himself up the dragon's ember-hot back. His hands burned, but he smiled. "I'm here," Jack shouted, pulling a small bag from his pocket. He then looked at the dragon's head, and the dragon glared back at him with one eye. Jack opened his mouth, dropping the line that snapped the dragon's head into oblivion. "I'm riding your ass, bitch!" The dragon stopped moving for a moment as his entire blood evaporated. His eyes flashed from rage, and his body burst into flames like never before. "Row, Rekka, Rekka!" The dragon's roar boomed, and Ella closed her ears, feeling as if they are about to explode. The small bag that Jack pulled emitted a blue light, and suddenly it exploded into a wave of ice-cold water. When the cold water met the dragon's raging body, it evaporated immediately, dropping its temperature in an instant. Crack! The dragon's scales evolved to withstand high head, but not the sudden change in temperature. The dragon's body jerked, throwing Jack's burned body away and falling to the ground. He wasn't dead or unconscious, but the impact of the change hurt him significantly and damaged his scales. Chapter 105. Everyone V's the dragon, IIR doom. Arid saw the dragon fall. He didn't waste the opportunity and rushed forward. Thud! He leaped over the dragon's neck, glaring down at its head. Arid's skin quickly turned black as his back twisted and his eyes flashed purple. His claws extended over the dragon's neck. The dragon felt Arid transforming above him and knew it was dangerous. Bam! He jumped, smacking Arid on the ceiling, drilling his head into the hard stones. When Arad fell, the dragon swung his tail, smacking him like a ball and sending him toward the wall. "You bastard! You're a dragon!" The dragon growled, his flames slowly igniting again. The moment Arad hit the wall, his body disappeared. Zon Arad appeared on the dragon's back, latching with his claws like a bug, enraged. The dragon started jumping around, swinging his head and tail all over the place while roaring. Now, Arid opened his jaw, and his fangs extended as a dark aura surrounded his body. Clench. He bit the dragon's neck, sucking his blood. The dragon felt it in his bones. Arid is a problem. He is no regular dragon. A cursed vampire, the dragon shouted, rushing out while ignoring Ayla's arrows. Let's see how you like the sun outside. Ayla watched the dragon leave with Arid on top of him. She rushed to Jack and forced a healing potion down his throat. Jack's wounds started healing, but he didn't seem to be able to move any time soon. Ayla lifted him on her back and rushed out. The cave might collapse at any moment. Bang! The dragon rushed out of the cave, destroying the entrance as he stumbled. Flap. He noticed Arid's bite wasn't weakening, so he flew into the sky. Let's see how close to the sun you can stay. The dragon roared, not knowing that Arid wasn't a strong enough vampire to be bothered by the sun. Nova. Mrrr. Arid didn't let go, even for a moment. He needs to suck the dragon dry. The dragon quickly realized that the sun wasn't working, and even if it did, the effect was too slow to help. He then decided to use his draconic durability to attempt a stupid move, diving neck first into the ground. "You will die if he crushes you with his whole weight on the ground. Take down his wings," Mom shouted. Arid released his bite momentarily, aiming his jaws at the dragon's left wing. Roar, void breath. Arid unleashed his breath with how void works. This was devastating for the dragon. Arad's void breath erases all the air molecules in a cone shape ahead of his jaw, but it doesn't erase molecules of living being or the item they wear, as it has their magic, and the breath isn't strong enough to do it. So when the breath erased all the molecules around the dragon's wing, the pressure pulled on the thin membrane of the wing and popped a hole in it. The blood inside the wings boiled under low pressure, causing it to swell. The worst part came after that. The air pressure attempted to fill the gap, crushing down with an extreme force on the wings. The impact tore the dragon's scales and shattered his bones. Arid and the dragon fell to the ground. Crack. They crashed, and the impact caused Arad's claws to get released. Not because his grip was weaker, but because the dragon's already damaged scales fell off. The dragon lifted his head, growling as blood dripped from his damaged wing. "You monster!" he glared at Arid, standing with a purple glare. "You're no purple dragon, what are you?" Arid couldn't speak, so the dragon only heard a growl. "Fine, the die!" The dragon is still enraged and convinced that he must kill Arid. Arid rushed at the dragon, trying to get close enough to teleport back to his neck. The dragon opened his jaw, unleashing a massive cone of flames. Arid replied in the same way, but with his void breath. Clack. The two breaths canceled each other, and the dragon swung his claw at Arid. Arid changed his mind. Using void walk can cause him to miss the dragon's neck, since the creature is wiggling a lot. Arid felt more comfortable as a dragon, and his agility rose to the clouds. Arid saw the claw approaching, and he ducked under it and then dodged the second one. He climbed the dragon's arm, slicing him from the wrist to the neck with his claws. The dragon screamed, and Arid bit his neck again, sucking the blood out. Desperate for survival, the dragon's body ignited. He rushed between the trees, trying to scrap Arid off. "I'm not letting go." "Not until you're dead." Arid growled inside, clenching his teeth. The forest burned, and smoke rose to the sky, creating a black cloud. The villagers from a nearby town rushed in. This forest fire was unlike any other that the dragon caused. Ayla rushed out of the crumbling cave entrance with Jack on her back. The whole place was red. At this rate, the dragon would burn the forest before dying. Thud. Jack grabbed her shoulder. "Leave me here. Go find Arid." He barely managed to speak. "I can't leave you here." Ayla stared at him. "You can. Arid is in more danger than me." Jack glared at her. "Go. Make sure he is alive." Ayla nodded, putting Jack beside the cave entrance and rushing away. "I will be back." Jack looked at her with a smile, and then lost consciousness as the smoke filled the place. Aella rushed into the burning forest. Trees fell like embers, and she had to be careful, dodging everything while looking for Arad. After a minute, she found Arad. The dragon is dead, and Arad is seated beside his head, unconscious in his human form. A massive branch pierced Arad's torso while his legs looked twisted backward. He got a real beating from the dragon's last struggle. "Arad!" Aella shouted, rushing at Arad and shaking him. "Don't shake me!" Arad growled. He pointed at the big branch piercing his torso. Aella looked at the branch. "Sorry, you have to deal with it." She grabbed him by the shoulders and lifted him. "Gra!" Arad growled. The branch pushed down on his organs and chest, making breathing even more painful. "Wait!" he growled, pointing at the dragon with his hand. Aella nodded and approached the dragon, letting Arad touch him. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's corpse disappeared. He sucked him into his stomach. Aella turned around and rushed back to the cave to pick up Jack. He wasn't there. She looked around. He might have crawled somewhere, but that was impossible inside all the flames. "Jack!" Aella shouted, but she got no answer. Damn it! Time was ticking, and Arad might die on her. She decided to rush Arad out first. Jack might have escaped already. Aella ran away, and to her luck, she quickly exited the burning forest. The flames weren't spreading as fast as she expected. She put Arad on the ground and climbed one of the trees to look around. Besides the glaring black cloud and the burning forest, the third clear thing she saw was a bunch of people gathered up. She jumped and lifted Arad with a smile. "I see people over there. I can leave you with them and go find Jack." Arad gave her a weak nod. He was too exhausted and pain to speak. She rushed away quickly, reaching the people to hear them arguing. "We should kill him," one man screamed. "Are you crazy? You can't just do that," another one shouted. "Shut up! You should have left him by the cave." A woman screamed at them. "Leave the bastard to the dragon." Aella walked in, seeing Jack unconscious between the people. They carried him here. They all stared at her. "Who are you?" One looked at her, confused. "Jack," Aella called, approaching them. At that moment, the woman stood between Aella and Jack. "He's your friend?" she asked. "Yeah," Aella replied. The woman nodded, looking back at the men with her. "Tie her down. All three of them are going to be sacrificed for the dragon." Aella stopped for a moment. "What are you talking about?" she asked, confused. The men surrounded her. "You bastards enraged the dragon," one of them growled. "We must sacrifice you, or Will are the ones to suffer," another said. "Hold up. The dragon is dead," Aella said. The woman glared at her. "Bullshit, you liars!" She pulled a dagger and swung at Aella. Arad lifted his palm. Crack! He grabbed the dagger with his bare hand and broke it. "Here's the dragon." With a flick, he dropped the dragon's corpse to the side. The men backed away, but the woman snorted. "Illusion? You look like a mage, and this won't trick me. Slap." Arad smacked her face, dropping her to the ground. "I don't have the patience to listen. Look at the corpse." He was in pain and isn't in the mood to deal with someone who can't inspect what was in front of her. Chief Tan, the corpse is real. One of them declared Chapter 106, The Strange Village, and the Wandering Tiefling Family. After the villagers inspected the dragon's corpse to confirm it was real, Arad used his last drop of strength to absorb it back into his stomach. He then passed out, going limp on Aella's back. "Let's go to the village. You have room to rest in, right?" Aella glared at the woman. The woman growled. "Fine, let's move," she growled. Standing up. "Bring that one as well," she said, pointing at Jack. The woman and her men guided Arad's party to the village. On their way, one of the men disclosed that the woman Arad smacked was the former chieftain's daughter. Her father is getting old, so she's taking over his job. "He can't come?" Aella asked. "Yeah, the former chieftain is barely able to walk. We're in the middle of a power shift," the man replied. "So her father is still the chieftain?" Aella looked at the men. "Yeah, he takes care of the village problems, while she takes care of things that need a lot of moving." The men looked at each other, like coming to check on the dragon or trade with other villages. The woman glared back at them with a sore face and quickly shifted her eyes. "To think you killed the dragon," she growled. "Yeah, we're saved," one of the men smiled. Aella stared at the woman's back, sensing disdain from her voice. She didn't seem to be pleased that the dragon died. Who is going to put those flames down? The woman sighed. Aella looked back at the flames. Is she just irritated from the forest fire? When they reached the village, the chieftain heard and became furious. Christina, why don't you listen before acting? The chieftain shouted, almost damaging his lungs. Cough, cough. If the dragon had been alive, he would have been watching us. Trying to help the people who attacked him would have burned the village. Christina replied. That doesn't mean your first instinct should be to sacrifice people to the dragon. He stood. What do you want me to do then? Christina shouted. Dragons rule with terror. The moment we kneel and lose our fighting spirits is when we become slaves to the dragon. Christina's father stood. We're not goblins or wolves who shake their tails at the first hit. We fight, fight, and keep moving forward. The chieftain shouted. The moment our oppressors turn their backs is when we stab them. It isn't that easy, father, Christina said, glaring at the chieftain. It is the dragon has warped your minds. Enthralled them with fear and awe, he shouted, heading to his room. One of the men looked at Aella, sorry about him, scratching his cheek. The chieftain is getting old and senile. Aella looked at the chieftain back as he walked away. No, those are the words of a soldier. He isn't a snail. She said, if the entire village was like him, you might have been able to defeat the dragon with a coordinated attack. The man looked at Aella with a surprised face. He was a platoon leader in his past, and he did form a hunting party when the dragon showed up. Christina looked at them. He fell ill before the hunting party could do anything. The dragon must have cursed him. It's the price of anyone foolish enough to stand against the beast. She left with an angry face. Later that night, the villagers gave Aella and the two guys one big room. She was the only one to have dinner as Arad and Jack are unconscious. Just moments later, Jack was the first one to wake up. The potion Aella used on his seemed to have finally worked, but he woke up starving. Jack exited the room to look for a midnight snake and left Aella watching over Arad knock. Knock, knock, who's there? Aella replied, standing up. It's me, Christina. The chieftain's daughter replied. Come in. What do you need? Aella replied, and Christina walked in. I wanted to ask about the dragon fight. How did you manage to kill him? Aella told her the story, omitting anything sensitive and painting Jack as the hero of the hunt. Even so, Christina seemed to keep asking about Arad. What did he do? How did he do it? How could he survive the breath? Christina's questions slowly increased, and Aella started to feel uncomfortable. I'm getting sleepy, Aella yawned. Let's continue our talk in the morning, she said. Christina stared at Aella with a smile. Aella sighed. Can you leave us alone for a moment? He got enough of Christina's attitude. This whole village was giving her the creep. The chieftain seemed normal to her, with a sad face. Christina left the room, and Jack returned soon after. Aella, he approached her, whispering in her ear. The place is surrounded. They don't seem to be willing to attack, but I feel like we're in jail. Aella looked at him. Are you sure? Yeah, I've been to jail before. We better take turns to stand as guards throughout the night, he said. We just killed a dragon. I doubt they trust us, Aella replied. I also don't feel comfortable around here, but relax. She lay on the bed beside Arad. You might be right. Jack sat on his bed. Fearing power is a normal thing to them. We're a party strong enough to kill a dragon. They slept through the night peacefully. Aella looked at Jack in the morning. See, nothing happened, she smiled. This village has its problems, but let's leave as soon as Arad wakes up. Arad didn't wake up and kept sleeping. After a while, Jack headed to the village center to buy some supplies. He needs a handful of nails, ropes, and the like, as he used a lot of building the traps. Excuse me, do you sell ropes? Jack pushed the store's door open and walked in with a smile. Yeah, we do, the owner replied. Jack looked around, but his eyes immediately stopped on a hooded figure standing as tall as the wall. Oi, oi, the ceiling is almost 3 meters high. Who is that? He slowly approached, trying to peek at the figure's face. From the outside, it was clear the figure was a woman. She turned toward Jack and glared at him. "Do you need something?" Red skin and eyes, two long silver horns peeking from her forehead, and sharp teeth. She bent to look at Arad's face. "Want something?" Jack shook his face. "No, lady." He looked around. "I was just impressed." "I have never seen someone so tall." After a short glare, she stood. "We only are tall." "It isn't strange." The shopkeeper stared at her. "No, no. Aren't on a rare type of tieflings. Seeing someone like you is rare," the woman smiled. "Aren't you scared?" "We have demonic blood." Jack shook his head. "Actually, my older sister is a tiefling," he smiled. "I'm sure you two don't look alike," the woman asked. "We're all abandoned kids who grew up on the streets." "I doubt we're actual siblings." Jack shook his head. The woman looked worried. "So, no matter what we do, it's always going to be a problem." "Lily, let's go." A man called from the back. When Jack looked, he saw a six-eyed man carrying a pink-haired, four-armed little girl on his neck. "We need to traverse the forest, remember?" The man said. "Yes." The woman approached him. The shopkeeper stood. "You can't. The forest is dangerous, and the monsters are agitated due to the forest fire." "Don't worry," the little girl said with a smile. "Daddy is super strong." She smiled. "Be it monsters, dragons, or gods, nothing can escape his sword." Before she could finish talking, the man pinched her leg. "Don't exaggerate." "We need to be careful." The three left, and Jack looked at the shopkeeper. "You get a lot of tieflings?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "No, this is the first time I saw a whole family." He smiled. "They seemed nice. I hope they can safely cross the forest." Jack smiled. "That woman was amazing." The shopkeeper stared at him with a wry smile. "She's married, or do you have a thing for tall women?" Jack shook his head. "No. I mean, she seemed strong." He then glared at the shopkeeper. "Do you have ropes? I also need some nails, oil, 2 small bags, salt, and more things." The shopkeeper turned around toward the shelves, one at a time. "How much rope do you need?" 3 meters of the thin rope and 2 of the thick one, Jack replied, and rubbed his eyes and yawned. "You okay?" the shopkeeper asked. "Yeah, I just feel drowsy," Jack replied, pulling a chair and sitting. When Jack returned that evening, Arad seems to have woken at noon and he was doing fine. "Chafe, hear this. I saw this tall woman." She stood up like this. Jack stretched his hand up. "Tiefling?" Aella asked. "Yeah, she called herself an Oni," Jack replied. Aella suddenly yawned. She was feeling sleepy. Chapter 107. The Cult of the Dragon, Our Doom. Are you okay? Arad asked, staring at Aella. Aella slowly tilted her head toward him, smiling. "I didn't sleep that well last night." She giggled. "I should sleep early today," Arad smiled. "Yeah, rest well." He then looked at Jack. "Can we head back tomorrow?" Jack looked at Arad and smiled. "Yeah, I feel exhausted too." "Knock, knock, knock. I brought you dinner." A man's voice came from behind the door. Arad stood and opened the door. The man faced him with 2 other men behind. Each of them carried a different tray. "This one for you?" The man handed a tray to Arad. They brought 3 trays. A big one with extra meat and soup for Arad since he needs to recover. The second plant contained only greens and was meant for Ella. The last one belonged to Jack. "Thank you," Arad said as he and Aella took the trays inside. As they started eating, Arad wanted to explain what occurred. "I have 2 pieces of news, a good and a bad one." Both Aella and Jack stopped eating. They looked at him. "Start with the good news," said Jack. Arad smiled. "I might evolve soon into a very young dragon." Jack and Aella smiled. "Is that true?" Aella jumped at Arad. Jack stared at them. "A very young, like the one who hunted. Will you be able to fly?" Arad nodded. "Yeah, but I still have the bad news. What is it?" Arad looked at them, smiling. "My vampire blood is boiling after that big meal. We might need to hunt another dragon soon." The more he indulged in his vampiric bloodline, the stronger it became and the more food he needed. That won't be a problem, Jack smiled. We killed a dragon. What prevents us from killing another one? Knock, knock, knock. Can I enter? Christina called from behind the door. Ayala stood, approaching the door and slowly opening it. What do you need? She said, glaring at Christina. Can I talk with Arad? Christina asked, peeking behind Ayala. No, Ayala replied, attempting to close the door. Christina extended her ankle inside. Come on. Just a few moments. Let her in, Ayala, Arad said, looking at them with a passive face. Let's hear out Papdafa. Renee, Som Ayala looked at him. As you wish, she sighed, letting Christina in. Christina approached Arad and sat in front of him. First of all, sorry for trying to capture you at the start. I don't really mind now. What brought you here? Arad could sense she had more to say. Christina stared at Arad. Can you leave the dragon corpse with us? We wish to give it a proper burial. He was young, and we fear the wrath of its parents. Arad looked at her. I can't do that. He shook his head. We have to deliver the corpse to our client, and you don't have to worry. That dragon's parents are already dead. You can't possibly know that. Christina stared at him. Whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Arad smiled. I'm not handing the dragon corpse no matter what. Christina nodded. You don't seem to fear the wrath of dragons. Very well, but we warned you. She stood and left the room. What's her problem? We killed the dragon. She can't have it, Jack sighed. Arad looked back at him. I can't agree more. Let's leave early in the morning. The three went to sleep, and the room was awfully quiet. Later, Arad opened his eyes to find himself chained in a cage. He looked around, but he couldn't find Ayla and Jack. Jack! Ayla! He shouted, but got no reply. Mom, can you hear me? Even she wasn't replying. Arad glared at the chains cuffing his hands. Fine. He tried to break them with void magic, but it didn't activate. He attempted several times, but his magic vanished. It's useless. A woman's voice boomed. She opened the room's metal door and walked in with a candle in hand. Her face was covered in a draconic mask. Dragons lose all their power in there, she said. Arad stopped, struggling for a moment. She knows he's a dragon. Is she one of the mages? He wondered for a moment. But there was another thing he wanted to ask. Why are you covering your face? Arad asked. I can tell from the smell, Christina. The woman giggled, removing her mask. It was Christina. This saves me trouble, Arad sighed. What the hell is going on? Christina smiled. You don't need to understand. All you need to know is that you killed our precious dragon, and we will have you replace him. So you were working with the dragon? Arad looked at her. Working? She tilted her head. No. With such a young dragon to the cult of the dragon, he was but a pawn, she smiled. I see what happened to Jack and Ayala. Arad glared at her. You don't have to know, Christina said. Clack. Arad stood, pulling on his chains. The steel cried, and the chains cracked. Fine, I will have to rip you apart. Arad glared at her as his cage started to bend. Christina took a step back. Keep him chained, she shouted, and 10 mages rushed into the room, pointing their staves at the cage. The cage got stronger, and the bends that Arad caused got fixed, forcing him to sit again. You're strong, aren't you? Christina giggled with a sweaty face. Just what are you made off of? Dragons shouldn't be able to even speak inside that cage. Arad glared at her, his eyes glowing blood red, and the hair on his head stood. Just wait till I get out of here, Arad growled. Christina left, leaving the 10 mages there to make sure Arad won't break the cage. Arad calmed down, thinking, brute force won't get him out of this situation. How did they even capture him in the first place? And are Ayala and Jack okay? What do those people want? Hey you, Arad said. The one with an ugly blue mask. He called one of the mages watching him. What do you want from me? Arad asked. The mage looked at the other 9 mages. We want to find a magic that makes it easier for chromatic dragons to take a humanoid shape. You just happen to be one. An amazing test subject. Arad looked at him. So you want to test on me as a chromatic dragon? That's right, the mage replied. I see Arad thought those idiots are dumb, he smiled inside. If they were mistaking me for a chromatic dragon, then they didn't manage to know that I'm a void dragon. I suspect they have magic that can detect dragons. He looked up. Arad closed his eyes for a moment, and then glared at the mages, his eyes glowing with a blood-red color. This cage can only keep dragons, right? He smiled. What are you? A mage stared at Arad's face, but he suddenly fell to the ground. Thud! The mages looked at their friend on the ground. What did you do? They screamed, glaring at Arad. Arad stared at them with a teasing smile, two fangs peeking from his mouth. Blood magic, faint spell. Thud. Another mage fell. Wait, he is a thud. Another fell before they could finish speaking. Thud, 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 thud. The mages fell one after the other, unable to resist Arad's blood magic. Crack. Using his sheer strength, Arad managed to tear the chains off, but the shackles remained on his wrists and ankles. So the dragon's suppressing magic is in the shackles. Arad thought as he still couldn't speak with Mom. He looked around. Christina, she must have the key, Arad mumbled as he looked around. There. One of the cultists opened the prison door, looking inside. Hey, I heard some noise. Is everything okay? He asked, but suddenly spotted Arad on the ground, sucking the blood from one of the mage's necks. Everyone else was shriveled husks. The cultist pointed his staff at Arad, fire, but before he could cast, it only took Arad a glance. Blood magic, faint spell, thud. Arad was faster at casting magic than most people, added the simplicity of the spell, and it becomes a fight-shutting ability. If Arad didn't want to fight someone weaker than him, they are knocked out. Arad stood and approached the cultist, sucking his blood dry. I can feel it. Arad smiled. I can only get stronger by sucking dragon's blood. But human blood, as disgusting as its taste. It can heal and recover my mana. He walked out of the prison. Time to feast. Arad can't ignore the possibility that the cult harmed Jack and Ayla, and that mere thought is making his blood boil. If Jack and Ayla were here, he would suggest they run away, but now his teeth ached and his eyes burned. Those cultists aren't going to see the light of tomorrow. You, two cultists rushed in. One pointed a wand at Arad while the other lifted a sword. Arad slowly turned his head toward them, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. Bam! His body disappeared, clang splat. Arad appeared again behind the two cultists, squatting as they fell, cut in half. Arad's fingers have grown into claws and his forearms are filled with hair. Bestial aspect. Wild instincts Arad. Wasn't just a vampire chapter 108. Arad the vampiric werewolf vs the cult, our doom. Arad walked out of the prison hallway to find himself stuck in a maze. What is this place? How did they drag me all the way here? He mumbled. There he is. Tile 764. A mage emerged from the corner and shouted. The ground beneath Arad flashed brightly and his body disappeared. When he came to his senses, he found himself surrounded by dozens of mages in a candlelit hall. How could a dragon break the chains? One of the cultists shouted. Arad smiled. Aren't you making a mistake? He smiled. Who said I'm a dragon in the first place? Stop lying. The dragon gem detected you. One of the cultists pointed his staff at Arad and fired an icicle lance. The ice lance flew with a whistle, piercing Arad's stomach. Grob. Arad growled, glaring down at the massive shard of ice piercing his guts. Yeah, my dragon scales can't protect me with those shackles. He smiled and started giggling. What's wrong with you? One of the mages screamed. Why don't you fall? I have to learn how to fight without my draconic powers. I will use blood magic faint spell to limit their movements and numbers, bestial aspect to grow natural weapons and fight, wild instincts to dodge and predict the attacks, and blood-sucking bite to heal and recover MP and SP. Thud. The lance in Arad's stomach started turning red from his blood as he grabbed it. Crack, Arad, then pulled it out, smashing it on the ground. A woman from the cultists laughed, "Idiot. You will bleed and die." She glared at Arad. "Are scared of dying to us, lowly humans?" Arad looked at her with a smile, a red flash gleaming in his eyes as his hair trailed with the faint winds. Arad lifted his hand, pointing at her with his finger. "You look less disgusting than the rest," Arad said with a smile. The woman's vision blurred, her body felt light, and she lost consciousness for a moment. Bam! Arad rushed forward, snatching her and rolling to the corner of the room. In one motion, he bit her neck. The woman opened her eyes, seeing Arad sucking the blood from her neck, his claws piercing her shoulder and torso. She felt confused, yet pleased. For some reason, his bite didn't hurt. It gave her a pleasant feeling. The pleasant feeling wasn't enough to sway her from reality. The woman realized that Arad is a vampire and that she is dying. She tried to struggle, but her body felt weak. She soon blacked out due to blood loss, and soon after, Arad threw her shriveled husk on the ground. Arad stood, the wound on his stomach closed. "Women's blood tastes better. It's lighter and has more flavors," Arad said. "Vampire." One of the mages shouted, pointing his staff at Arad. "Holy Lance, that's bad." Arad instinctively knew he must not get hit with that spell. Bam! He jumped to the side, dodging the lance, and then rushed toward the mages with a smile. The cultists pointed their staves and wands at him, firing a barrage of spells. Holy Bolt, Holy Lance, Acid Web, Firebolt, Stone Lance Banishment, and more Arad saw the spells and bent backwards, sliding beneath them. Creak! He toppled one of the cultists on the ground and bit his thigh, draining him in a second. "I don't need to bite the neck, as long as I get access to blood," he mumbled. "Die!" One of the cultists rushed in with a great sword, swinging down as hard as he could. Arad quickly glanced at him with glowing eyes. Blood magic, faint spell. The cultist lost consciousness for a moment. His body went limp. Before he could hit the ground, Arad stood, thrusting his right hand up. Arad's claws pierced the cultist's stomach, reaching up to his chest. He regained consciousness from the pain, only to see Arad smile. "Your heart is still beating." Arad's fist clenched over the cultist's heart, and with one pull he snatched it out. The cultist fell dead as Arad stared at the bloodied heart in his palm. "If anything happens to Ayla or Jack," he said, smashing the heart in his fist. The cultist took a step back. They were trained to fight weakened dragons, not a crazed vampire. Neednove, Came, I will make sure. Your kind never sees the light of day. Arad glared at the cultists. "Fucker." 3 cultists rushed at him with swords. "Support us with holy magic. Someone go get a wooden stick or something." The cultists fired their spells at Arad to keep him in place, while one of them rushed away. The 3 cultists swung their swords at the same time. Clang. Bam. Arad dodged the first strike and stabbed the cultist in the neck with his long claws. "You won't go anywhere." Arad glared at the cultist running away. Blood magic faint spell, but the spell failed. "Why can't I knock him?" Arad wondered, pausing momentarily. "Stab!" The second cultist stabbed Arad's back. "I got you, monster!" he shouted. Arad turned his head, glaring at the man. Blood magic, faint spell, it worked, and the man fell unconscious. I need to see their faces." Arad figured it out. Unless they can see his eyes, the spell won't work. Bam. Arad kicked the cultist away and ducked to dodge the spells rushing at him. After that, he took the man's sword and threw it at the running cultist. "Behind you." A woman from the cultist mages shouted. The running cultist turned, lifting his wand, protection bam, deflecting the sword and aiming at Arad. Counter throw, he used magic to throw the sword back at Arad, stabbing him in the guts. "Got you!" the cultist shouted in celebration, but they felt a cold sweat dripping on his back, and Arad's eyes glared directly at him. Blood magic, faint spell, he had to look at Arad to aim, and that was his doom. Arad ignored all the attacks directed at him and rushed at the cultist, biting his neck to heal and recover the MP he lost using magic. Christina rushed in, trying to reach her cultist, who reported an internal attack. "How did anyone discover this place?" she asked one of the cultists beside her. "We didn't get any detailed report from the prison section, but we're suspecting it's one of the dragon's friends," the cultist replied. Christina clenched her fist. "Those two ran away after all," she growled. "That was expected. We paid too much attention to drugging the dragon and ended up skimping on the other two. It was wise of you to separate them. But I didn't expect that stupid rogue to just open the locks and free himself and the elf. Where was he even keeping the lockpicks?" Christina growled. Their plan was simple: drug the three people who killed the dragon and prioritize Arid, who they expected to be a dragon. Jack and Aella were secondary targets. The cult first made sure to secure Arid before the drug effect wear out. They then went to secure Aella and Jack, but to their bad luck, Jack woke early during the transport and freed Aella. Christina and the cultists reached the prison. They heard someone run toward them. "Christina, save me!" the running cultist cried, rushing at them. Christina crossed her eyes, farsight dark vision. He glared into the darkness, seeing in the middle of the bloodied room, sucking on one of the cultists' neck, surrounded by shriveled corpses. Steam came off his back and arms as the burns and cuts he sustained healed. "A vampire?" Christina gasped, and Arad glared at her from that distance. She felt a sharp pain in her head, and her vision started to blur. Damn it. She closed her farsight and slapped her face. "What's the matter?" the other cultist asked. "What did you see?" "A vampire. Don't stare at his eyes directly," she growled. "I don't know if I'm strong enough that I resist his mind control, or if it's the long distance, or that I'm looking through a spell, or that I cut early. But he almost got me here." "What should we do?" The cultist who ran cried. "We retreat. Lock this place up." Christina turned around. "We will leave him locked here until we get people strong enough to kill him." Christina and the two cultists ran up the stairs and turned to lock the door. "Hurry," Christina shouted. When the cultists tried to slam the door shut, a hand grabbed the edge and blocked them. "He's here," one of the cultists shouted, running away. "Idiot, help me push the door." The other cultist shouted, but his voice quickly turned into a scream as Arad thrusted his fist into his guts. The running cultist cried, looking at Arad in terror, but that was his end. Blood magic. Faint spell, he fell on his face, and Arad rushed to suck him dry. Christina stood there, glaring at the two corpses. The one at the door has the keychain with all the keys. She is stuck with Arad unless she gets them. Arad looked back, following her eyes' sight, and spotted the keys. He smiled and took them. "I should free myself first," he thought. Chapter 109, Arad vs. Christina. Ordum Arad stared at the keychain. "It's filled with keys. It will take him a while to find the ones for his shackles. I should kill that one first. She might attack me. Give me those keys," Christina shouted. Arad slowly turned his head toward her. She covered her face with her forearm. What a coward, or should I say wise. Arad smiled. "I'm not giving you anything." "You were a vampire? But how could it be? I saw you walk in daylight," Christina growled. "Who knows?" Arad stared at her. "Come on. I won't charm you. So let's have a fair fight. Why would I trust you?" Christina growled. "I would have already attacked you," Arad replied. Christina sighed, lowering her arm and looking at Arad's face. "Fine. Let's see if you can keep your word," the moment her eyes met his. Her vision blurred and she felt light. "You bastard," she growled, falling on her face. Bam! Arad leapt at her, swinging his claw at her chest. "Where are Aella and Jack? Pray to your God they are unharmed, tinging." Christina leaned on her staff, mind shield. A flash of light emitted from her staff, and she jumped backward. Stone wall. Arad saw the wall emerging in front of him. Bam! He jumped to the side, trying to run around it. Kadun. As he emerged, he saw a fireball rushing toward him. "She expect me?" "Those spells aren't used for just defense." Arad rolled to the side, barely evading the flames and only having his hair slightly burned. "I don't have any people to heal, and I don't think getting close to her would be easy. Think, how could I get my fangs on her neck?" Bam! Arad jumped away, dodging multiple ice spears at the last moment. He glared at her. Blood magic feint spell. Christina didn't seem to be affected. Arad rushed at her, wishing to get close enough to strike. "Like I would let you," Christina screamed, pointing at him. Quagmire. The ground beneath Kane's hands turned muddy, and his legs sank, keeping him in place. Wind blast. Christina released a blast of compressed wind, pushing Arad all the way to the other side of the room. Flame, lance with a spark, a burning spear flew toward Arad. Arad jumped away, keeping his eyes focused on Christina. I learned magic from Amber, but I relied on void magic to make it work. "I can't cast magic or spells without my draconic powers," Arad growled. "I need something ranged. If only I learned magic." Wait. Merlin did teach me one. Arad pointed his hand at Christina, trying to activate gravity magic. Nothing happened. Magic wasn't that easy to use. "Come on, vampire, use your blood magic." Christina screamed, stone pull, with a single swing from her staff. Multiple tiles got pulled from the ground and floated between her and Arad. Catapult, the tiles flew toward Arad at high speed. Bam! Bam! Arad jumped from one side to the other, dodging thanks to his wild instincts. When will she run out of MP? No, I can't rely on that. Arad grabbed one of the tiles she flung at him and threw it back at her, attempting to distract her enough to get close. Christina lifted her staff, barrier clang. The stones cracked on a glass-like ball covering her body, and before Arad could get close, she shouted, "Burn!" Firewall, raising a great burning wall between her and Arad. Arad glared at his hand. "Come on, gravity magic, work. Feeling the element you're trying to use will give you a deeper understanding." The words of Kane, the plant shopkeeper, rang in his head. Arad smiled. "Gravity is the power that pulls everything toward the ground. That dragon dropped me from the sky. Even now, it's pulling me to the ground." Arad lifted his hands. "Gravity pulls everything to the ground. Then all I need to do is convince myself. The ceiling is the ground." A purple aura engulfed Arad's palm, reverse gravity. Christina's legs levitated for a moment, and her body fell upward. Crack. She smashed into the ceiling with a thud. "What?" A growl escaped her mouth. Arad smiled. Back to the ground. He shifted his focus from the ceiling to the ground, causing her to fall, crack, and come to me. He then pulled her toward him, opening his arms to grab and bite her. When Christina got close to him, she smiled, pointing her staff at his chest. "It's over!" she screamed. Ice shard barrage, tens of tiny ice shards exploded from the tip of her staff with a shattering boom, gouging Arad's chest. With a blood splatter, he fell on the ground, motionless. "This won't be enough to kill him, but it's enough for now," Christina panted, going through Arad's clothes and taking the keychain. She smiled, turning around to leave. "Gah!" Arad rose from the ground with open arms, hugging Christina from the back and jamming his teeth in her neck. "Gragria!" Christina screamed at the top of her lungs. Flame cloak, and immediately covered her body in raging flames. The flames ate away at Arad's skin as he regenerated from drinking Christina's blood. It only took a few seconds for her to pass out and for the flames to calm down. After sucking every last drop of her blood, Arad opened his arms to let the dried husk fall. "Ha ha ha!" Arad started laughing. "I should have used this power before the regeneration is way too good." He then bent over and picked the key chains, spending a few minutes trying each key until he found the one for his shackles. Click. Arad removed his shackles with a smile. "Mom, can you hear me?" "What happened?" "I feel like I was sleeping for a while. Some people who call themselves the Cult of the Dragons used those weird shackles to capture me. They seem to completely block dragon power." "A Cult of the Dragons? Those radical idiots, you know them?" "Yeah, they are a bunch of people who once worshipped Tiamat, the chromatic dragon goddess, but now they are mostly focused on turning dragons into dracoliches." Dracoliches? What's that? Powerful draconic undead monsters. The cult seduces dragons with the premise of immortality and unrivaled power. But they sneak curse magic to control those dragons who made a deal with them. I see, Arad thought. Since I drank the dragon's blood, how much power do I have? Arat Aster name. Arad Orion race. Void Dragon class. Draconic Mage. Level 520 XP 560 14,000 subclass. Void Knight. Age stage Wermeling 9 years and 2 months and 5 days. Stats available stat points 1 Bidno. Available skill points 0 Strength 15 Agility 20 Constitution 14 Magic 20 Intelligence 20 Wisdom 20 HP 135 15 Skills Skliav a bite tail slam wing slam glide innate skills frightful presence. Void Magic, the ability to use Void Magic 2 for the elements out. Void Power, the ability to wield Void itself alternate form, shifting from a draconic to a humanoid form. Breath Weapon, a blast of all-consuming void. Void Biology, the Void Dragon is alive but not made of flesh and bones. Void Eyes, the Void Eyes can detect magic, see in the dark, and detect invisible creatures. Void Existence, the Void Dragon itself is made of the infinite void. It's aware of everything in contact with itself. It also allows the dragon to store items within its infinite stomach pouch, where neither time nor space exists. Void Walk, the Void Dragon, can teleport up 40 meters to a spot it can see. Resistance, all elements, immunities, time, space, magic, non, and Starkerst. Vampire Skill Tree, 5 skill points, Tier 1 skills. Night Affinity, locked cost 1 point to unlock. Blood-sucking bite, unlocked. Blood magic, faint spell, unlocked. Silent step, your walking is completely silent. Locked, cost 1 point to unlock. Blood scent, you can smell creatures' blood from afar, determining if they're alive or dead and guessing how much their blood can heal. Locked, cost 1 point to unlock. Tier 2 skills. Blood magic. Eyes burst, cause the small veins in the target's eyes to explode, blinding them. This skill can affect people who could resist. Locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock. Thrall's cursing bite. Sucking a creature's blood dry will cause them to rise into a zombie after a minute. Those thralls die after half a day. You can have a maximum of 3. Locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock. Resting coffin, sleeping in a coffin grant 1 HP regeneration per second for the next 12 hours. But, if stabbed with a wooden stake that has been drenched in holy water while sleeping in the coffin, you die. Locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock. Esther Weimwolf skill tree. Tier 1 skills. Bestial aspect, unlocked wild instincts. Unlocked moon rage locked Esther after reading his stats. Arad smiled. Hey, see, resting coffin, mitigate the negative effects of night affinity, but it grants people a condition to instantly kill me. Does this mean if I got strong enough, I could have enough skills for them to fix each other weaknesses? Probably, but I suspect that you would still have a major weakness from them. The best scenario is for you to find a weakness that is hard to exploit and hide it. The choices are obvious then. Chapter 110, Cleaning the Mess. Itushi, Vampire Skill Tree, 0 skill points Edinvul. Tier 1 skills, Night Affinity, locked cost 1 point to unlock. Blood-sucking bite, unlocked. Blood magic, faint spell, unlocked. Silent step, unlocked. Blood scent, locked, cost 1 point to unlock. Tier 2 skills, Blood magic, eyes burst, unlocked. Thrall's cursing bite, unlocked. Resting coffin, locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock. Initially, blood magic, eyes burst would allow me to stun people who manage to resist blood magic faint spell. It will also damage them, so it's nice to have Thrall's cursing bite will allow me to get 3 helping zombies. I wouldn't have struggled against Christina if I had them. I choose Silent Step above Blood Scent so I can get an advantage of surprise. It will make it easier to get my first Thrall up. Silent Step would also allow you to escape when things turn sour, Mom replied. Arad smiled, opening the door and leaving the dungeon. What? He gasped, seeing the cultist camping out. They were discussing how to act. Arad quickly closed the door and held it in place the moment they saw him. Bam! Bam! Arad could hear spells exploding behind the door. The cultists have spotted him and they aren't happy. Mom, do you have any idea? Arad asked. There are a lot of them. If those people are capturing dragons, we should have expected them to have a lot of people. That isn't really helpful, Arad growled. But then an idea sprouted in his head. They are bison. What? Mom gasped. Arad immediately transformed into his draconic form and blocked the door with a massive amount of dirt that he kept in his stomach. Let's hunt them, shall we? He started digging, burrowing out of the dunging and beneath the cultists' camp. Arad opened his void eyes and looked up, locating all the cultists by the mana. He then locked on the strongest one. Let's start with the big one. He dug all the way beneath a tree and poked a tiny hole to look out from. Arad stared directly at the mage's face, blood magic, eyes burst pop. The mage's eyes turned red from the blood pooling in them, and they burst. Grable, the mage fell on his knees, screaming his guts out. The other cultists stared at him, confused. How did he get attacked? But as they looked, Arad's claw emerged from the ground, pulling the mage by the neck into the ground. The cultist jumped in and grabbed the mage by the legs, trying to pull him out as he screamed. Soon they managed to pull him out, neck and face all scratched. He's unconscious. Take him to the healer's tent. Beware the ground, one of the cultists shouted. Is it safe to assume it to be a brown dragon? Another cultist asked. Attacking from the ground says so, but what about the eyes exploding thing? Was it magic? The cultist replied, We should go investigate inside. I fear Christina is hurt. Another cultist cried. The mage got put inside the healer's tent, and a priest-like woman approached him. What horrible scares! I will fix you right away. She turned around to pick a bowl of holy water. The mage slowly stood behind her, his face turning gray. GRWA, he jumped, biting her neck. Jaya, Clo! The woman screamed, alerting the whole camp. Alfred turned into a zombie. He attacked Mila. One of the cultists shouted, sending terror across everyone. Good. They are distracted. Let's make a run for it, Mom said. But Arad shook his head. I can't let anyone who knows about me live, and they look like decent heals for later. Arad stayed, slowly approaching them from underground. You want to massacre them all? No, not at all. Do you know if Ayla and Jack are alive? Arad asked. No, they attempted to capture me and hurt my wife. How can I call myself a dragon if people can mess with my mate and get away with it? Arad growled. His draconic, blood-boiling dragons usually eat their kind just for treading into their land, let alone touching their mate. GYAA! One of the cultists screamed as Arad pulled him to the ground. The cultist turned in terror and another of them disappeared. Pew, pew, 3 arrows flew from the forest, taking down 3 of the cultists. 2 green eyes glared from the tree branches. Who? Pew, pew, pew. The moment one of the cultists was about to speak, an arrow hit him. Surrounded and feeling hopeless despite their numbers, the cultists' ranks shattered, and they ran in every direction. Jack jumped from the bushes and rushed to the door, trying to pick it open. Arad burrowed into one of the tents and walked in his humanoid shape. Jack, he called to him. Chafe. Jack turned around, and Arad glared into the forest. Don't let anyone leave alive, Arad said. You sure? Jack looked at him. Pew, pew, pew! Allah didn't wait and quickly started sniping the running cultists. Fine by me, then. Jack rushed into the forest, hunting those who hid in the shadows. After half an hour, Allah couldn't spot more cultists. Arad? This seems to have been all of them, she shouted. Nothing on my side, Jack called, waving his hand to Arad. Arad approached Ayla's tree. Fine. Let's hope no one escaped. He sighed. It would be a problem if they learned about him being a dragon or a vampire. What do you want to do now? Ayla asked. Arad smiled. Clean. I will store all of them in my stomach. We will see their weapons and clothes and keep any magic items they had. Jack walked toward Arad and Ayla. So you want it to seem like they vanished? Leave it to me. He started running around and collecting every single item the cultists had. Before dawn, Jack had torn down their encampment. collecting every old rusted penny they had. Shafe, did you finish? Yeah, I collected all the corpses, Arad replied. He would keep the blood for healing. Alla looked at the sun rising. Should we get back to the village? She asked. What are you saying? Arad looked at her. Those crazy people poisoned us. I don't trust a village filled with fanatics like them. Then, how will we get back home? We need to find a carriage somehow. Jack stared at Arad. Oakedge village is located between here and Alina. I will carry us there, and we can find a carriage there. Arad transformed into his draconic form. Are you sure? Aella stared at Arad with a hesitant face. Well then, don't mind me. Jack immediately hopped on Arad's back. Come on, Aella. He waved his hand to her. You don't get to ride a dragon each day. Aella smiled, gently getting on Arad's back. She held tight to his neck and he started running. Dragons run like felines, using their claws to get attraction on the ground while balancing with their tails on sharp turns. But it's been stated they can run as fast as horses when unhindered. Arad's speed reduced drastically due to the weight of Aella and Jack on his back, but he didn't feel tired at all. As if I could run indefinitely. Don't push your body too much. Dragons naturally don't show their weakness. You will run till you pass out of exhaustion. Are you saying that I'm getting exhausted? Yeah. Magic dragons like you aren't named in vain. You can move till your stamina reaches 0. Your body will then start consuming MP instead, and you will keep going till you run out and pass out. Can I keep recovering MP with the blood to run longer? You can, but isn't that a waste? I agree. Arad kept running toward Oakedge village across the forest. They finally reached it in the afternoon. He stopped by the forest edge and transformed back into his humanoid form. Arad, are you okay? Aella asked as she saw him bent, panting, and sweating like he was splashed with a bucket of water. I'm fine, Arad replied. Just need to catch my breath. Jack looked at Arad with a smile. You rest, Chief. I will go find us a carriage. Wait, Arad called him, pulling a gold coin from his pocket. Get a big one. We need to carry the dragon. Can't you just keep it in your stomach? That would save us the transport cost. Merlin said nothing about secrecy. Arad panted. We need to take credit for slaying the dragon, and we might rank up. Aella looked at them. What would Alcott think? She asked. That isn't our problem. It's Merlin's problem. Arad replied. Also, the dragon said a purple dragon killed his father and kicked him out. So he was alone. Jack looked at Arad. Well then, I'm going. Take your time. Arad waved his hand. As Jack went to Oakedge to rent a carriage, Arad went with Aella deep into the forest where he washed with some water he had in his stomach and changed his clothes. Chapter 111, The Dragon's Parade. Isn't it the Sigma? A voice called to Arad from deep in the forest. He quickly turned around. Selina? He called. Selina and Hank walked out of the forest depth. We haven't seen you in a while? You're already reeking of blood, Selina said. Arad smiled, looking at them and then at Aella. I had to fight with my vampire power for a while. You can tell? Yeah, Selina replied. My nose has been on edge since last night. 3 powerful tieflings passed through here. Tieflings, Arad stared at her, his head slightly tilted to the side. Tieflings, half-blooded devils. We also call them demons. They aren't necessarily evil, but when 3 who can dwarf the green dragon as power pass through, it's bound to leave my hair standing, Selina replied, speaking with a worried face. Hank looked at Arad. They seemed to be heading toward Alina. Be careful. Arad started taking the matter seriously. You said 3 are stronger than Clog, the green dragon? Selina shook her head. No, they are stronger individually, and one of them is an absolute monster. The stench coming from him doesn't belong to this world. Stench? That's the only way I can describe the feeling. I didn't have enough courage to approach enough to see them. Selina scratched her arm. I feared they might mistake me for a monster. I would die before I could even know it. Hank patted her back. It's the same with a powerful monster appearing. The weaker ones evade him. Thanks for the warning. Arad waved his hand, turning toward Oak-Edge as he heard a carriage approaching. Jack seems to have returned, Alice said with a smile. Hank smiled. Then see you later. He waved his hand, taking Selina with him and leaving. Do you really need such a big carriage? The driver said, staring at Jack. Jack smiled. You won't believe it, but the green dragon living in this forest sent a quest to the guild. He flailed his arms. He needed someone to slay an annoying monster. You want me to haul it for you? To Alina? The driver sighed. Learn to butcher your hunt in the forest. Dragging big corpses is hard on the horses. They aren't donkeys. Believe me, it's worth it, Jack replied. After they reached the forest, the driver's face turned pale like flour. His jaw fell, and the horses stopped with a shaking hand. He pointed at the massive corpse he saw. A dragon? The driver gasped, staring at Jack and Arad and Ayla. You lot are dragon slayers? Our first hunt, Jack smiled. Will you help us haul it back? Of course I would, the driver shouted. Dragon slayers, you are heroes. There is no way I can refuse to move such a mighty beast. The driver jumped from his carriage and approached the dragon's corpse, touching his head with his finger and then leaping back. It's dead. Of course it is. Arad stared at him. Come on, let me have a closer look. I am sure I will never get this close to a dragon in my life ever again, the driver said, glaring at the dragon's wings and scales. Come on, let's haul it in. Jack patted Arad's shoulder. We need to get the neck in first. After half an hour of hard work, they managed to lift the dragon on the carriage. With this, we might rank up directly to B rank, Arad smiled inside. After covering the dragon with a blanket, they headed directly toward Alina. This might be the best haul in my life. A few hours later, and before dusk, Arad's carriage approached Alina. Sir, are you going to keep it hidden? The driver asked. Benov, calm. No, we covered because of the sun and bugs, Jack replied. We're showing it, right? He looked at Arad. Yeah, hopefully that will give us enough leverage on the guild to rank up, Arad said with a smile. Is that what it is about? The driver looked back at them. I heard the guild can be stingy with the rank-ups. Jack scratched his head. There is this rule which says you can only increase one rank at a time. If we brought it on the hush, they might say we need a track record first to rank up. The driver nodded. The guild value multiple consistent small hunts than a single big one. Would they say this kill was a fluke? Probably, Arad sighed. I don't have memories of them being that helpful. Or at least directly, if the whole city knew you killed a dragon. The guild can't keep you at a low rank without losing public trust. The driver smiled. That's the plan, Alice smiled. But don't deliver the corpse to the guild. Deliver it to the Archmage Tower. The driver looked at her. Wait, Merlin is the client? Yeah, Arad smiled. She asked us to hunt this one. The driver nodded. As expected, the Archmage's eyes are sharp for talents. Arad pulled the rug from the dragon as they approached the wall. GHA? They could hear one of the guards gasp in the distance. Jack stood to call and ask the guards to open the gate, but to his surprise, they opened it before he could speak. Just inside the city, a guard battalion stood watching, and the commander approached on his horse. Is that thing real? The old commander asked, his beard trailing with the wind. Want to touch it? Arad replied, looking at him. Can I? The commander replied with a worried face. He led soldiers to battle but never dealt with a dragon. He only heard how a dragon's breath could cook a knight inside his armor and how neither arrows nor swords could harm them. With a shaking hand, the commander touched the dragon and quickly pulled his palm. It's dead. He looked at Arad with wide-open eyes. Yeah, Arad smiled. Can we get inside the city? The commander nodded. Yeah, of course. He moved his horse back. You're heading to the guild? Should I get my men to guard you? The driver looked at Arad. We don't want children and people jumping in our way. It's best to accept his offer. Arad nodded. I will take you on that, but we're not heading to the guild. Arad pointed at the tower standing in the middle of the city. The Archmage Merlin. This is for her. The commander stood silent for a moment, piecing everything together. Don't tell me this is for the heater. Jack smiled in the back. You're right. He stared at the commander. Critical ingredients for the success of the project. The commander's face turned serious. He lifted his arm and shouted, Summon the cavalry and the heavy guards, all foot soldiers assemble at the gate. His voice shook the whole gate. Don't let a single fly touch them till they reach the Archmage Tower. In a matter of seconds, over 30 knights on horseback arrived. Archers climbed the houses' rooftops, and the foot soldiers rushed to clear the streets. It quickly turned into something similar to a parade. The carriage slowly moved into the city, and the citizens peeked from their windows. The word quickly spread like wildfire. A hunting party has arrived with critical ingredients for the Archmage. The word soon became clearer. The dragon was for the heater, and that got the people more excited. They started cheering and throwing flowers from their windows. A merchant even fell on his face, crying. My taxes weren't in vain. The carriage moved across the city, drowned in cheers. The commander approached Arad. You three killed this thing alone? Arad nodded. Yeah, we almost died. The commander looked away. You're an adventurer. What rank are you? E-rank Arad replied with a smile, and the commander gasped. What are those idiots in the guild doing? I expected a dragon slayer to be no less than A-rank. Arad shook his head. I honestly don't know what their problem is, but it wasn't long since I registered. Even so, with such power, they stay silent. The commander growled. Arad scratched his head. Yeah, I even considered leaving for the Elvish kingdom at one point. The commander looked at Ayala in the side, and his face turned pale. We can't have that, he gasped. Leave it to me. I will get the city lord involved. We won't lose someone like you due to their shitty attitude. The city lord? Are you sure? Arad stared at him. Yeah, he will have me beheaded if we lost you after this. We hardly talk about it, but strong people are a strategic advantage. The last thing we want is to lose a dragon slayer to another nation. The commander combed his beard. If I was in your place, I would expect a summon and a reward soon after this. The guards will remember your faces, so feel free to ask for their help. Jack looked at the commander. Really? The commander stared at him. Yeah, he sighed. We won't keep you in jail again unless you do something really bad. Chapter 112 payment. Clang. The guards smalled their halberds on the ground, standing tall beside the tower's door. We arrived, they shouted. Merlin looked out the window, seeing the parade and citing, What is all of this? She jumped, floating down like a leaf. I didn't expect you to come like this, Merlin said with a smile, looking at the dragon in the carriage. It's better this way, Arad replied, jumping down with Jack and Ella behind him. The guard commander approached them. We have ensured the delivery. If this is all, we shall retreat to our posts. Merlin looked at him with a smile. Good job. We will make sure to put it to good use. The commander bowed slightly. Please call us if you need anything. The guards then left. Merlin looked at the dragon. I should get to work immediately. She then pulled a paper from her chest, handing it to Arad. Give this to the guild to end the quest, and don't forget to visit me tomorrow to take anything I don't need. Anything you don't need? Ayla stared at her. Of course, Merlin smiled. I only need the heart. The rest is yours, she replied. But I don't suggest you sell anything. Use it to make weapons and armor, she added. Bid, ni, Arad took the paper and smiled. Thanks. They left the dragon with Merlin and returned to the guild to get paid. On their way, Jack noticed that people stared at them, wishing to speak, but hesitating. I might like this, Jack smiled. I can't wait to hear what Lydia has to say. Don't forget the stuff we got from the dragon's cave. We need to take care of that as well, Arad smiled. Count the coins and put them aside. For the rest, it will take time to drain them into the market. Jack approached Arad. The items that the dragon collected are stolen from carriages. Those people can come asking for them for free, which is ridiculous, considering we had to fight a dragon for them. I see, you can deal with that, Arad asked, and Jack nodded. I'm an expert at fencing, he smiled. But for the time being, keep them in your house. I'm both exhausted and ready to run, Aela sighed. Can we hurry to the guild? I want to get back home to sleep. Arad nodded, and they rushed to the guild. Crack. Arad opened the door, and everyone stared at him. He's back. It's them. They weren't hanging with Alcott in vain. They are dragon slayers now. They just started. I heard the dragon looked terrifying. I'm telling you, he must have punched the dragon like he did the werewolves. The adventurers didn't stop whispering even when Arad passed close to them. Arad, over here, Nina called with a smile. Nina, here is the paper from Merlin. Arad put the paper on the desk with a smile. Nina stared down and then looked at Arad's face. It was a dragon. Very well. She then approached Arad and whispered, Good call. Not bringing it here. That would have complicated a lot of things, she smiled. I guessed so, Arad sighed. How much is the reward? 20 gold coins, 10 from Merlin and 10 from the city council. Nina said and then approached Arad again. I suggest you pay everyone a drink as a celebration. Adventurers are known to envy and cause trouble, but that should keep them in check. You think so? Arad said, looking at Nina. Jack and Aela. Jack approached him. She's right. We paraded the city. What's the harm in a few drinks? Aela also seemed to approve, so Arad looked back at Nina. How do you do that? I already had it prepared, and I made sure to keep the price down. Nina looked back, and Arad saw a few barrels lined up in the back room. Total cost came to 99 silver and 99 copper coins. Arad stared at her. 1 copper, less than a gold coin. Nina waved her hands. Merchant stuff, they say it looks better. Aela touched Arad's shoulder. You better tell them something. She looked back. Arad looked at her with a wry smile and then stared at the adventurers. Well, Arad didn't know what to say. Free drinks on me to the dragon kill, he said. The adventurers shouted. They didn't care how he said it. They got drinks. Nina stood. Okay, calm down. I will make sure everyone gets his share. Arad, Aela, and Jack were about to leave when some adventurers approached them. Already leaving? Yeah, Arad replied. We're a bit exhausted and can't wait to get a good night's sleep. Hearing Arad's answer, the adventurers smiled. Can't fault you for that. One of them laughed. I would sleep forever if I fought a dragon. Jack patted Arad's shoulder. See you later, Chief. She's waiting. He pointed at Lydia, staring at them from the corner. Should we go as well? Aela smiled. Yeah, Arad and Aela walked back to their home, but they stopped by the plant shop on the way to get more seeds for the vases and pots. Arad also wanted to thank the old man for his advice. It helped him cast the gravity magic, Cling, old man. Kane, it's us, Arad said with a smile, but he saw that Kane had other customers. A 6-eyed tiefling with a pink-haired little girl on his shoulders and a tall, red-skinned woman. Welcome. Did you need anything? Kane smiled, waving his shaking hand to Arad. Some seeds to plant in pots and vases for decoration. Aela walked from behind Arad and replied, Ha! The little pink-haired girl shouted, glaring at Arad with glowing eyes. It's an empty one. Arad stared back at her, but when their eyes met, he felt his scales itching. That little girl is dangerous. Callie, behave and don't comment on people. The 6-eyed man glared at her, and the little girl looked down. Sorry, Kane laughed in the back. Will flowers do? Ah, yes, Aela replied. Kane nodded and looked back. Jemima, please bring me the 6th box. A few moments later, a woman who looked in her 40s walked in. Her long brown hair was tied in a ponytail behind her, and her eyes had a sharp black depth to them. She handed the box to Kane with a smile. Arad couldn't help but notice that something was off about the woman. Using his void eyes revealed nothing. Everyone in the room seemed magicless, but for some reason they terrified him. Please take a look at those, Kane said, and Aela started inspecting the seeds. How is your body? The 6-eyed demon asked. Nothing changed, Kane smiled. Don't push yourself too much, the 6-eyed demon replied. Arad, those are all, Aela said after paying. It only costs a few copper coins. Arad and Aela left the shop, heading to their home. Mom, those people didn't seem to have any magic I don't know, something was off. When Arad and Ayla reached the house, they found it still under construction. Hee hee, Ayla giggled. We should have expected this, she sighed. They won't finish building in such a short time, Arad looked around. Let's get back to an inn for tonight, he added. Let's inspect the place before leaving, Ayla said with a smile. I want to see how they are progressing. The two looked around for a while, inspecting each small room and hole the builders dug. They already tore down the old shack and are about to construct a new one. Arad looked at the house. They seem to have avoided the garden. Look, Ayla pointed at the footprints on the ground. They seemed to wrap to the back. The workers carried everything around the house premise to avoid the garden. Hustle. As Arad and Ayla walked around, they heard noises in the bushes. Ayla pulled her bow, but Arad smiled. A large wolf emerged and approached Arad, wiggling his tail while panting. Arad patted the wolf with a smile. Were you protecting the place? Didn't anyone attack? I don't think so. Ayla patted the wolf. Let's get back to the inn. As Arad and Ayla walked back across the forest, she stopped, pointing at the distance. Look. Arad looked, and he saw a moose staring at them from behind the trees. It was the one he saved. I guess he lives around here. You know it? Yeah, Arad replied, and the moose ran to the forest. Arad and Ayla returned to the inn and spent the night. In the morning, Arad and Ayla headed to the guild to get a quest to fill time, but then someone kicked the guild's door open. Where is the dragon slayer? A blonde-haired young man shouted with open arms. I order them to stand before thee? No one replied, but the young man seemed to spot Arad quickly. Here you are. He walked toward him. But he quickly shifted his gaze to Ayla. What a fair lady. My greetings. He bowed slightly. Chapter 1313. A Quest from the Elephant Trunk. Who are you? Arad said, standing between the strange young man and Ayla. The man stared at him, smiling. Abel Alina, the current prince of the city. Don't you know me? Never heard of you before, Arad replied. Abel froze in place, his face almost cracking. Is that so? Well, I guess I don't get out a lot. He looked down, sighing. At that moment, Arad and Ayla felt gazes on their backs. All the female adventurers stared at them with sharp eyes. I oversee the Elephant Trunk brothel to the south. I heard the dragon slaying party had a beautiful, rare elf, so I came to see if she could work there. Abel smiled, looking at Ayla. What do you say? No, Ayla replied immediately, glaring at Abel as if she still couldn't comprehend what was going on in his head. Come on, just give it a try for a week. I never had a woman who refused or regretted it. Abel didn't want to back down. Didn't you hear her? Arad glared at Abel. Get the hell out of here, he growled. Abel turned toward Arad. Who talked to you? Cling out of nowhere. Abel swung a sword at Arad's face. Gow! Arad growled, opening his jaw and biting the sword in half. Crackable froze, staring at his shattered blade. Did he bite it? He couldn't believe what he saw. Arad, don't let the werewolf blood out. Didn't you hear me? I said she doesn't want to work for you. Scram, Arad growled. All the adventurers in the guild stared with both anxiety and fear. Did they see Arad bite a sword? What's going on? Abel never came here like this before. Abel, stop fooling around, or you might get hurt, Nina called. Arad stared back at her, and Abel smiled. Do you really think this one could do it? That's what I said. Nina smiled. So why don't you stop with the jokes, and let's get to business? What is the problem? Abel sighed. Fine. You might have noticed that I put some quests for volunteers before the situation has escalated. You never reported a problem, besides a lack of workers? Nina stood, approaching them. What's going on? Arad looked at Nina. He's the prince of the city, and the owner of the Elephant Trunk brothel. Unlike his act earlier, he's a relatively decent guy, Nina replied. Someone has been killing our workers, poisoning them, Abel growled. Yesterday we had the first death. What? Poisoning? Nina gasped. Yeah, at first we thought they were just sick. Multiple people have been falling ill and we had a loss. Abel grabbed his head. An alchemist said they are poisoned, and not with just any poison. It was the clear sky. Clear sky? That means you have a cubus? Nina said with a serious face. Yeah, I'm good with the sword, but not tracking. I need someone to track and catch that thing, Abel growled. That would be hard. Cubus are known to be masters of mind control and seduction, and they are strong. Nina scratched her head. I just need people capable of screaming. Just call me when it appears, and I will deal with it, Abel growled. This why I'm looking for a strong-willed woman, one that could inform me of the Cubus arrival. I will put a quest immediately, Nina said, turning around. Abel sighed, looking at Arad and Ella. I was really hoping you would take the job. A woman who fought a dragon could resist a Cubus temptation enough to scream, at least. Ella shook her head. I still won't take the job. You have to find someone else, Arad thought. Cubus, are they magical creatures? They are the true form of what you call incubus and succubus, Abel replied. They have more magic than they need. Arad nodded with a smile. Can I take the job? E.H. The entire guild gasped. You? Sorry, but we only serve men. Abel sighed. Not that, Arad shook his head. I should be able to track it with magic. Just let me sit as a clerk or seller, whatever you name them. You can see magic? Abel stared at Arad. Something like that. Arad smiled. I should be able to tell you when magic is activated, or if someone is using it. Are you sure? Abel glared back at Arad. Of course, just how you're covering your two swords with magic right now, Arad said with a smile, and Abel laughed. So you can tell. That's amazing. Is it an ability or a skill? I spent some time with Merlin. She taught me a few tricks on how magic work, Arad replied with a smile. Merlin, the archmage? Abel gasped. How did you manage to reach that woman? Did you sign on for one of her experiments? She's the one who hired me to take down the dragon. I had to make the best of my time with her. I see, Abel nodded. We're closed this week after we lost someone. But we will open next week. Get yourself ready. See you then. Arad waved to Abel as he left. Ella stared at Arad with a worried face. Are you sure? She asked. He's the son of the Lord. If all I need to do is look for someone, then it will be an easy connection to make, Arad replied. His plan is simple. Go there, use void eyes, find the cubus in Form Abel, and then profit. I see. Ella nodded. Should we take a quest while we wait for next week? Arad nodded with a smile. Let's have a look at the board. Shouldn't we ask Nina about a rank-up? Ella asked with a smile. We need Jack to be present for that. To the guild, it's the whole party who slayed the dragon, Arad replied, and a voice called them from the back. The guard commander and the archmage Merlin put a request for you. Nina called. Due to that, we prepared a rank-up exam for your party. She approached Arad and Ella with a smile. Really? Which rank are we getting? Arad asked. You will rank up directly to C rank if you finish the exam, Nina said with a smile. Just C rank? I expected at least B rank. Arad sighed. Both the guard commander and Merlin asked for at least B rank, but the guild argued against it. You hunted a very young dragon as a party of 3. A single B rank adventurer should be able to take it alone. Arad looked down. Fine. What is your exam? Nina smiled. In fact, it's already hung there. She pointed at the quest board. Goblin slaying. Clear the goblin nest of Detrimus, 5 coppers per head, and you can keep all goblins belonging. Giant toad slaying. Kill 9 giant toads in 2 days. 25 copper coins per kill. The guild owns the corpses and will send haulers. Raging bull termination. The eastern farm needs a brave adventurer to castrate their Gorgon bull. 4 silver coins as the last adventurer got gouged. The farm owns the testicles, and they must be unharmed. Eno el neat. City wall debris clearing. The city council is looking for workers to clear the rubble after the destruction of the city's east wall. Bar host. The Silver Moon Bar needs a strong adventurer to be a bartender. The last bartender agitated some gangs and got stabbed, so we need a strong and smart one. 12 silver coins per day, temporary exchange. The Southern Elephant Trunk brothel needs an attractive woman for a week, and the housemistress will decide on the look. 1 gold coin per day to 20 gold coins per day, depending on the type of service. Mine investigation. Workers have been dying in the silver mine of Silverbell, and a cleric is needed to investigate. Pay 5 silver coins, magic punching bag. Merlin, the city's grand wizard, requires a young male, preferably 20-25 years, to be a test subject for the new polymorph spell. P.S. You might end up as a frog for several days, but I will keep you safe in my room. Pay 2 gold coins already taken, Rise of the Dead. 2 skeletons have risen inside the city's catacomb. Please get rid of them. Pay 2 silver coins, Wolf Invasion. The city's ranger spotted suspicious activities among the wolves in the western forest. We need someone to investigate. Pay 3 silver coins. Ape shit. Apes seem to have started guarding the western forest. They are throwing stones, fruits, and even their waste at travelers. Someone, please stop them. Payment is undisclosed. A new dungeon appeared south of the city. It's been confirmed to be a C-rank dungeon. It's open for the brave souls. The guild wants you to clear the C-rank dungeon. All the loot there will be yours. Nina smiled. That should be enough to get you some new equipment and put you on par with the other C-rank adventurers. Arad and Ayla stared at the board. What should we expect there? Ayla asked. Chapter 114, Raising the Wyrmwolf Skill Tree. We don't know, Nina replied. Since the dungeon is new, no one has explored it yet. She smiled. How do you know it's a C rank? Arad sighed. How could they know without checking? Nina opened her hand. We send a mage to inspect the gate. The more magic, the stronger the dungeon. Ayla looked at Arad. We need everything ready, from tents to rations and spare weapons. The dungeon could take us days to clear. Ayla is right, Nina smiled. I remember spending a whole month inside an A-rank dungeon. Those things are long. Arad scratched his head. Let's go find Jack. He's the one to talk to about preparation. He smiled. We should visit Merlin first. Ayla smiled at Arad. Didn't she say to visit her? Arad nodded with a smile. I need to get the meat so I can raise my werewolf blood. I will get everything else ready. Nina smiled. I will also investigate the elephant trunk beforehand. She sighed. How should I deal with this? He's the son of the Lord. What do you mean? Arad looked at her. I find it strange that they didn't discover the poison earlier. But I can't just beat it out of the Lord's son guts, can I? Nina replied. You want to know if it was negligence or something else? Ayla stared at her. I didn't even like that shiny weirdo. Arad sighed. That might be true, but Abel is strong as well. Nina looked at Arad. That man fights with 2 swords and lightning magic. His slashes can explode upon contact, and he's fast as hell. Are you saying what Arad broke isn't his sword? Ayla stared at her. Abel's weapon is a dual sword linked together with a chain. The right sword is made for thrusts and has the sentence, "He who thrusts," engraved on it with gold. The left one is made to block incoming attacks and has the sentence, "She who takes," engraved on it with gold. Nina explained Abel's weapon. Why does he like gold so much? Arad sighed. Is writing on the blade with it so important? Abel said that gold transfers lighting well. He also said that engraving a sentence would be better than just drawing stupid lines, Nina replied. Just hearing about him makes my head hurt, Arad sighed. I will go. Arad and Ayla went out and headed toward Merlin's tower. Welcome back, the tower guards saluted Arad and Ayla, the moment he saw them approaching. How can I help? We want to meet Merlin for an appointment. Is she inside? Arad asked. The guard nodded. She sure is. Go right in. He saluted them again and opened the door. After just a few moments, they reached Merlin's lab. Knock, knock! Merlin! This is me, Arad! Arad knocked on the door and called. Come right in. I was waiting for you, Merlin replied. Arad pushed the door open, feeling a wave of intense heat wash over him. Merlin stood in her strange-shaped, almost net-like underwear, fiddling with the dragon's heart inside a tube. Clack. Arad immediately closed the door. "Why are you naked?" he asked. Ayla stared at him. "She was naked?" "Yeah, in her underwear," Arad sighed. "Don't mind me and come in. The dragon's heart releases so much heat I can't wear clothes. I only put my underwear on because I expected you to come," Merlin replied. Ayla pushed the door open and looked inside. "Those aren't underwear to wear for cover." She glared at her with a suspicious face. That net-like design made them almost transparent. "These are the best for heat. They allow the air to circulate," Merlin replied, looking back with a sad face. Ayla looked back at Arad. The two sighed. "Let's get it done quickly," Ayla said. "Yeah, we just need to take the meat," Arad replied. Arad and Ayla walked inside. They immediately understood why Merlin took her clothes off. The heat was suffocating. They didn't even want to sit on the couch or chairs. Merlin turned toward them and smiled. "You came for the meat," she smiled. "The butcher had just sent it in." "I know, nice stuff." Arad glared at her. "Just give me the meat. This place is hot." Arad waved his hand. "I can resist flames, but not heat." Merlin shoved her hands between her chest, pulling a massive chunk of meat and jiggling those milk bags. Ayla pulled her bow and aimed at Merlin. "Are you doing it on purpose?" Merlin shook her head. Her chest jiggles again. "Not at all. He isn't even looking anyway." Arad had his eyes closed. Ayla sighed. Merlin's actions irritated her, but she couldn't help it now. After minutes of pulling meat out of her chest, Merlin filled a quarter of the room. Arad opened his eyes and approached the pile of meat, sucking everything into his stomach. "Let's eat everything right away. It only took a single thought for all that meat to get eaten." Asterisk Werewolf skill tree, 6 skill points, Rapid Afa Nin. Some Tier 1 skills: Bestial Aspect, unlocked Wild Instincts, unlocked Moon Rage locked, cost 1 skill points to unlock. Call of the Night, summon up to 3 wolves if they can hear the howl for each skill point invested in the skill. Locked, cost 1 skill point to unlock, 0 skill points invested. Eyes of the Wolf, glaring into a person's eyes, you can instill fear and terror, projecting your inner predator and showing them they are the prey. Locked, cost 1 skill point to unlock. Tier 2 skills, Jaw of the Beast, upon making a bite attack, temporarily morph the jaw into that of a wolf and increase the bite damage. Eating the flesh bitten contributes to the skill tree growth if it was draconic, otherwise it only heals. Locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock, Werewolf's Uncanny Physique. This skill allows you to control your body movements in an unhumanoid way. Using your claws and powerful muscles, you can swing between trees with one hand, balance on ropes, run on walls, or on your hands. Locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock, Bloodborne. The more you kill and bathe in blood, the deeper your rage will go, making you faster and stronger, but in exchange for sanity. This ability only works in the 3 days of the full moon. Locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock. I got 6 skill points instead of 5. Arad looked at his skill points with a surprised face. The dragon must have lost some blood when he got wounded by Jack's traps. I won't tell you to make sure the dragons you fight never bleed, but try to not waste the blood. Mom replied, "Are you for real?" "I guess it makes sense." Arad sighed, choosing all the skills he thought were interesting. In fact, with 6 skill points, he can take everything except the skill he didn't like. Werewolf skill tree, 0 skill points. Tier 1 skills, Bestial Aspect, unlocked. Wild Instincts, unlocked. Moon Rage locked, cost 1 skill points to unlock. Call of the Night, unlocked 1 skill points invested. Max Wolves summoned 3. Eyes of the Wolf, unlocked Tier 2 skills. Jaw of the Beast, unlocked Werewolf's Uncanny Physique. Unlocked Bloodborne, locked, cost 2 skill points to unlock. The magic in your body shifted drastically. "What did you do?" Merlin asked, approaching Arad and staring at his body. I ate that meat. Increased my werewolf powers, Arad replied. Werewolf Mom corrected him. What? Just like that? Merlin gasped. You can just shove all that meat into your stomach? No digestion or anything. Your stomach is divided into two pockets, the storage stomach and the digestion stomach. The digestion stomach is an empty void. The moment the meat gets in there, it's torn apart and absorbed. I have a healthy stomach, and it's not like I know how I work from the inside. Arad looked at Merlin. You're a human. Can you tell me how you work? Merlin shook her head. I was just asking, she sighed. What do you intend to do later? Do you have time to stay and study magic? Arad shook his head. The guild got us a rank-up exam. I have to go, Arad replied, and then stared at Merlin with a smile. Gravity magic Merlin's body levitated, racing toward the ceiling. Heh! Merlin gasped, twisting her body and landing on her feet on the ceiling. She looked at Arad with a smile. You managed to cast it? Arad smiled, swinging his palm down to the ground. Gravity magic. Merlin fell back, but she landed on her feet and pulled a wand from her chest, pointing at Arad. Levitate, a purple blast rushed from the wand tip and hit Arad, lifting him up. Spin with a second hit. Arad's body spun rapidly. Fall before he could stop. Merlin used a third spell to smack him on the ground. Bam. Arad pointed his palm at Merlin gravity magic. He tried to pull her toward him, but she did the same pull. The two of them got pulled together into the middle of the room. Arad swung his fist at Merlin's face, but she used the ground as leverage, leaping up and catching his head between her thighs. Crack! She smacked his face on the ground. Arad lay motionless on the ground, and Aela just stared with an open mouth. Merlin pulled 2 books from her chest and put them on Arad's body. A martial art manual and fire magic spellbook. Study what you lack, she said with a smile. Chapter 115, Preparation for the Dungeon. Arad opened his eyes with Aela sitting beside him. Did Merlin knock me out? She sure did, Aela replied with a smile. You can't compete against an archmage in magic, she added with a smile. Arad sat and looked beside him at the 2 books Merlin gave to him. And those are? Give them a read, Aela replied. Arad looked through the books. Martial arts and fire magic? Merlin stared at him. You're right, try to learn them while working on mastering gravity magic, she smiled. Since you're advancing so quickly, you won't have a problem with a bit of extra work. Arad stood and put the books in his stomach. We will be going them. I will come back later after we finish the rank-up exam. Merlin stared at Arad, blinking twice. What did you get exactly? I don't know. We have to clear a new C-rank dungeon, Arad replied. Merlin scratched her chin. You might want to take a healer with you. You can never know with unmapped dungeons, she said with a smile. We will take enough healing potions, Arad replied. Aela looked at Merlin with a smile. Taking a healer will be a huge hit to our fighting power. Merlin nodded. I guess you can't handicap Arad for healing. He is your main damage dealer. Taking a healer means that Arad can't transform or use multiple elements, his vampiric or werewolf powers. Exactly, Arad replied. We will retreat if anything happens. By the way, Merlin looked at them. Take the scales and bones. You might need them for weapons or armor. Remember, it's illegal to sell to private establishments like shops, so be careful. She pointed at the bags in the corner. To whom can I sell? Arad asked. You can sell to me, the Archmage, the city's council, the Adventurers Guild, or the Merchant Guild. You also give them to a blacksmith on the condition that he only makes armor or weapon for you with them, Merlin explained. That's strict, Arad sighed. Aela looked at Merlin. Is it because of inflation? As expected of an elf, you're right. Merlin smiled. The prices of the black market are breaking everything. The city is trying to mitigate that by controlling the trafficking of goods. Arad looked at her. From how you sound, it isn't working? Yeah, their plan is backfiring. Merlin sighed. I hope they listened to their archmage once. You tried to speak to them? Aela looked at her. Yeah, Merlin sighed. The city lord said that I'm a mage and know nothing of trade or how to rule a city. His head is harder than a stone. It's like that everywhere, Ayla sighed. You need strength to make people listen to you. Merlin looked at her. You need absolute might. I even tried to reach his son, but the Lord won't even listen to his own son. Son, Abel, Arad looked at Merlin. You know him? I just met him this morning, Arad replied. He had a cubus in his brothel and wanted someone to catch it for him. Merlin looked surprised. Why would Abel worry about a cubus? What do you mean? Arad stared at her, confused. Merlin scratched her head. I might have to look into that. I can't say much now until I make sure I understand the situation. Ayla looked at her. Is something wrong? I'm not sure. Merlin looked at her books. I might need to discuss this with Grandpa. Is your grandfather a wizard? Arad stared at her. I learned most of my magic from him. Merlin smiled. I will take you to meet him when we have time. Arad nodded. I can't wait, he smiled. But for now we have to go. I know, be careful in the dungeon. Arad and Ayla left the Archmage Tower and headed to the inn to look for Jack. The bartender told them that he would be back soon. The two waited about an hour for Jack to show up. He came with a massive bag on his back. On his back, knew him. Chief, can you put this in your stomach? Jack said with a smile, putting the bag on the ground with a thud. What do you have in there? Arad asked. Trap material, rations, and holy water blessed by Lydia. Generally anything we might need, Jack replied with a smile, opening the bag for Arad and Ayla to see. With a single flick of his finger, Arad absorbed the bag into his stomach and looked at Jack. We have to clear a C-rank dungeon. I know, the guild informed me, Jack replied. We should use the crawl method. Crawl method. Arad and Ayla stared at Jack, confused. That means we take the dungeon slowly, clear the first layer, and set a supply chain with the outside world. Then proceed to the second later, and so on, Jack explained. The only problem is that we have to clear it in a week, or the monsters will start reappearing. How do monsters appear in dungeons? Arad asked. Jack shook his head. I don't know. I'm not an expert on dungeons. I know what other adventurers saw as an effective method, but I don't know anything about the inner working of dungeons. Arad nodded. Then let's go with that plan. Jack seemed to remember something. Mira wanted to see you. I will go to the dungeon first to set camp. You go check on her? Arad and Ayla looked at each other. Was it about the building? Ayla looked at Jack. Did she say why? Jack shook his head. No, she only told me to say she wanted to see you. We will see you at the dungeon, then, Arad said with a smile as he and Ayla left. Jack took a few steps and then stopped. Didn't I just give him all the trap and camping equipment, Chief? He screamed, rushing behind Arad and Ayla to retrieve the items. Arad and Ayla reached Lila's shop. Mira has been waiting for you two to show up, Lila said with a smile, pointing upstairs. Arad looked at the stairs and then back at Lila. How you've been doing lately? Still alive and kicking. Lila smiled. The life of a merchant isn't as dangerous as yours, so I should ask how you are doing. I heard you fought a dragon. Arad giggled. As you can see, I still have all of my limbs. Arad waved his arms, spinning them. I won't say the fight was easy. Ella giggled. Why did Mira call us? Lila smiled. She wanted to talk about the building progress, and I urged her to call you as well. Why? Arad stared at her. Do you still have some of that dragon scales? I need a couple of them for the blacksmith, Lila said, looking at Arad with a smile. Is that even legal? Arad sighed, remembering what she said last time. Probably not. Lila shook her head. Then I can't hand you anything. Arad smiled, walking past her. Pop. 10 red scales popped beneath her desk. What a shame. Lila looked down, seeing the scales. What a wasted opportunity. She smiled. Arad and Ayla went upstairs to meet Mira. Ayla opened the door and walked into the living room. Mira wasn't there. Where could she be? Arad asked. In her room, probably, Ayla said, walking toward Mira's room and knocking on her door. Mira, are you inside? I'm not inside, Mira replied. You can enter, she added. Ayala pushed the door open with a smile. Was that a joke? Mira stared at her, half naked. Probably, she sighed. Ayala quickly stared behind her. Arid had understood Mira's joke and remained in the living room. Sorry, Ayala apologized and closed the door. She went back to Arad. How did you understand her? She asked. Arid looked away. Just a hunch. He was lying. It was Mom who warned him. Alla stared at him for a while. Fine. She sat beside him waiting for Mira to come out. Sorry for the wait. I just returned from the shop and had to change. Mira walked out of her room, stretching her arms. She then sat beside Arid and Alla, staring at them and smiling. Your house should be ready in a week. Bob is doing a great job with his team, Mira said, giving Arid a sheet of paper. Arid took the paper and gave it a read. The total cost is 15 gold coins? He looked at her. That includes my furnishing as well. Mira stared at them, and Bob had to rebuild the whole house from the ground up. It was falling apart, she said. I expected that. Arid put the paper on the table and looked at her. But from your face, something else is bothering you. Mira looked at Arad. Bandits attacked us twice when you were away, she said. The first time was when we were transporting building materials. How did it go? Arad stared at her. The moment the bandits pulled their weapons, a moose rushed from bushes and stomped them to death. Chapter 116, The Dungeon's First Lair. A moose, you say? Arad stared at Mira, smiling. I might know that one. You saw it before? Mira looked at Arad, tilting her head. Yeah, it might be the one I found stuck in the forest, had its head jammed in a split tree. Arad told her about when he found a moose. You freed it? Most people will take it as an easy kill, Mira smiled. The antlers and meat are worth money, you know. Arad scratched his head. I wasn't out to hunt that day. He looked away. So, about the building, can I expect it done by the end of the week? Mira stared at him. Unless some complications happen, that would be the case. Say, it's 2 weeks, max, and 1 at best, so you won't get disappointed. What kind of complication could happen? Arad asked. Not enough planks or nails. I did tell you about the bandit attack. That's a complication. The construction might have halted if not for that moose. Arad stood and Ayla did the same. We should go then. Wait, I have something for you, Mira said and rushed to the back, scrambling in the closet until she pulled a hand crossbow. This is for you. Just aim and shoot. She handed Arad the crossbow with a pouch full of bolts. Is this for me? Arad looked at her. To whom do you think it is? It's in case you run out of MP. Don't push yourself too hard. She patted Arad's shoulder and looked at Ayla. Stay safe, both of you. Arad and Ayla exited Lila's shop and headed toward the dungeon. They found Jack waiting for them there with a bored face. What took you so long? Almost got in without you. Nothing important. Did you get any information about this place? Arad asked. I don't see anyone around. Ayla looked at Jack. I checked the first layer. It's full of goblins, Jack replied, looking at the dungeon entrance. They are still scared of the light, but I bet they will swarm out at night. You mean we should clear it before night? Arad approached the entrance. If we want to sleep? Yes, Jack replied. You have a plan. We go in there and clear the first layer. That's the plan, Arad replied. Ayala sighed. So you have nothing, she looked at the entrance. I say we smoke them out, she suggested. Jack smiled. That might be fun. What are you two talking about? Arad looked at them. Ayala quickly explained her plan. We set the nest ablaze to force the goblins out. Jack will set traps at the entrance where we will kill the goblins. That means I will set the nest ablaze, Arad said, looking at Ayala. You find a safe spot to take the goblins down with your bow. Jack will strike when needed. The three sprung into action. Ayala found a tree with a good view of the dungeon entrance and hid there, awaiting Arad to smoke the goblins out so she could snipe them. Jack opened his pouch and laid a simple trap in front of the dungeon entrance. The simple ones are always the best, he said, tying a rope between 2 stones. The little buggers will rush out, trip, and be an easy target for Ayala. Don't you dare trip on it." He looked at Arad. "I know," Arad replied, standing before the entrance. "Let's do this. We better finish before nightfall." He cracked his neck and crouched, silent step, using his vampire skill to walk silently. He slowly prowls in the dark, quickly reaching where the goblins are. Look at them, just gawking around. Goblins aren't that intelligent. Most of them spend their time staying like that, their minds wandering. Now that I'm looking closely at them, those things look like children with green skin full of warts, long ears, and bloodshot eyes. They are monsters. Those things eat people alive. I know. Let's get this over with." Arad opened his mouth, unleashing a blast of flames at the goblins, setting the whole place ablaze. Damn it, this place stinks. The moment the lair started burning, the smoke carried a horrid stench with it. Arad rushed out, jumping from the entrance and avoiding Jack's trap. "They are coming hard," as Arad shouted. About 10 goblins leaped behind him with crazed faces. Pew, pew, pew. Ayla fired 3 arrows, dropping 3 goblins as soon as she saw Arad. Jack ran in with a smile, pulling a short sword. "You fell for it." The goblins who focused on him and Arad tripped on the trap, and Jack dropped the short sword and pulled a small bottle from his pocket. "Take this." He threw it at them, and the bottle exploded, setting the goblins ablaze. "What's that?" Arad asked. "Oil that I got from a merchant. The bottle I found in the trash. Apparently it was used as a potion of some sort," Jack replied. "He used an empty potion bottle, filled it with burning oil, and created a weapon." "Don't waste it. We might need that later," Arad said, looking at the dungeon entrance as more goblins rushed out. "I was just testing it. Don't worry, I have more." Jack smiled, lifting his sword. Arad looked at the goblins. "I have something to test." He smiled. "You're small, aren't you?" Arad opened his palm. Gravity magic. He set the gravity to pull toward his hand, snatching one of the goblins from away. The goblin growled, but Arad quickly silenced him with a claw strike using bestial aspect gravity magic. He then set the gravity point on another goblin, sending the corpse flying at high speed and knocking the remaining goblins. Pew! Pew! Ayla killed 3 of them, and Arad opened his palm. Flamethrower, unleashing a stream of flames to burn them all. "Are those all of them?" Arad smiled. "No," Jack shouted. "Something big is coming out. Thud, thud, thap!" A massive goblin emerged from the entrance. It stood almost as tall as Arad, with a larger build and glowing green eyes. "Gra, gra," the monster growled, fixing his gaze on Arad. "What is this thing? Aren't goblins small?" Arad asked. "It's a hobgoblin, the big ones," Jack replied. "Don't let his size fool you." "That thing is fast." Arad opened his palm and extended his claws. "Let's see who's faster then." He got ready to fight. Pew, pew, pew. 3 arrows came rushing in, hitting the hob's neck and chest. Thud. The monster fell motionless. Arad stared at it, disappointed. "Is it dead?" He looked back at Ayla. "You killed it?" "Did you want it alive?" Ayla replied. Arad shook his head. "No, I just expected more of this hob." He sighed. Crack. But at that moment the hob stood again, swinging his arm at Arad's head. Arad's wild instincts activated, informing him of the attack and forcing him to react, bending down to avoid the hit. The way Arad's neck flailed as he dodged was strange enough to scare Ayla. She thought he might break something. "Damn, you're ugly." He turned to the side and ducked beneath the hob's arm, swinging his palm at its side. "Fire Fist, K.A. Dawn." The hob's body burst into flames, but Arad wasn't about to stop. He jumped back to regain his distance. What was the formula again? He smiled. Levitate. He tried casting the magic as he learned from Merlin, not relying on his simple understanding of flipping gravity. The hob's body levitated for a moment. Firebolt, 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 firebolt. He burned the hob with magic mid-air and then swung his palm down. Fall smacking the monster on the ground, cracking its bones. "Is it dead?" Arad said, looking at the hob from afar. I will make sure, Aella shouted. Pew, pew, pew. She fired 3 arrows at the hob's head, killing him if he survived. Jack approached Arad. I guess this is the first layer. We should get inside and inspect the place. Arad nodded. Yeah, how many layers do you think this dungeon has? Jack shook his head. I can't say. It might have 2 or 20, nobody knows. But I say the average is 10 layers with C-rank dungeons. Aella jumped from the tree and approached them. We cleared the first layer. But from now on, we have to fight inside the dungeon, she said. That might prevent you from finding a decent spot to shoot from, Jack said, looking at Aella with a smile. Don't worry. I can shoot while running or fighting at close range. Aella pulled her bowstring, aiming an arrow at Jack. See, it doesn't matter where I stand. Jack lifted his hands and moved back. Careful with that. I don't want an arrow in my skull. Arad looked at them, smiling. Let's build a camp first. We need a place to rest and get things done. Shouldn't we build it in the first layer? Aella asked. Nu, volvira glurg. Arad looked at the entrance and shook his head. Nah, that place stinks. Chapter 117. The second layer, Axles. Arad, Jack, and Aella built a camp outside the dungeon before going inside. Ah, the stench. Aella closed her nose, glaring at the dirty walls of the dungeon. It smells like a rotting dumpster. Jack coughed, closing his nose and mouth. I see why you said we can't camp here. Arad walked in the front. Let's hope the second layer is better, he said with a smile, staring down at a crack in the ground, only 1/5 of a meter wide. The 3 stared at the crack. There was no other way to go deeper. No way that we have to go through here. Arad looked at Aella. She won't fit with her chest. Jack approached the crack and inspected it. This is the way to the second layer. This dungeon is more like a cave, so this should be expected, he explained. Arad crouched beside him, looking at the crack. I will make it wider. You two search around for anything we might have missed in this layer. Jack and Aella looked at each other. Be careful, Aella said. Yeah, we don't want you getting stuck. I can teleport, Arad replied. Even if he got trapped, Arad could teleport out as long as he was within 30 meters of open air. Forget all of that. He can suck the dirt and boulders into his stomach. He would eat the cave before the cave could eat him. Arad transformed into his draconic form and started clawing at the stones, slowly expanding the crack. He can't rush it, or the cave might collapse. There isn't much around here. Jack approached Arad after he and Aella finished searching the place. We only found bones and wastes. Arad shifted back into his humanoid form and looked at Jack. How is anyone supposed to clear this dungeon? He asked. I can't see someone like Nigel fitting through this hole. Non-oracularly. Jack looked at Arad with a smile. This is what we call dungeon challenges, he started explaining. Challenges? Yes, some dungeons are submerged in water, some are filled with toxic gases, and some like this one are hard to navigate. Jack looked at Arad. You won't find elaborate traps in here. He approached one of the walls, gently touching it. But watch this. Just applying some pressure to the wall caused it to crack, and a medium-sized boulder fell from the ceiling. Jack dodged it easily and smiled. Natural traps, this place is a hazard. That's why we call them environmental hazards. Dungeons are nasty, Arad sighed. What kind of hazards can we expect? Loose ground, ceiling, quicksand, monsters, toxic gases, tunnels that keep collapsing and changing. Jack listed a few, but this wasn't always the case. What do you mean? Arad stared at him. Aella approached them from the back. I heard that in the past, dungeons from A rank and lowers were as elaborate as current S rank. You can expect natural building and such from them, Jack said with a smile. Wait. We were in a C-rank dungeon before, and it had stone walls. Arad remembered the dungeon they got stuck in before. That wall was man-made, Jack replied. Adventurers build them to make exploring easier. That dungeon was discovered decades ago and left for adventurers to test their mettle. So you are saying that someone in the past fixed it? Arad looked at Jack. Yeah, Jack replied. Dungeons are managed by the goddess Arya. She rules over the world system. She allows people to tamper with dungeons that have been cleared if she sees fit. Ella stared at Jack. Arya isn't a god. She an angel serving an evil god, she said. Elvish beliefs, Arya is a goddess. She is the one allowing us to grow stronger by setting trials, Jack replied with a calm face. I expect no less from a rogue. How could you see that? Giving people deadly trials is a good thing, Ella said, staring at Jack. Listen, I'm not going to debate this now. Jack sighed. Dungeons bring money, and I like money. That means I like the one making dungeon, aka Goddess Arya. People are debating what Arya, the being controlling the world system, is, Mom said. Do you know the truth? No one knows, but I don't mind her, as she is allowing us to hide our status. Mom explained. Arya could prevent Arad from hiding his status, but she doesn't interfere with anyone. I might need to offer her a prayer then, Arad thought. I don't suggest that. It's always wise to leave a god alone if he isn't minding you. Arad nodded. The hole seems large enough. Should we keep going? The three looked at each other. I will go first. Arad stepped forward and squeezed through the hole, falling down to the second layer. The air is musty, but it's better than the first layer. Arad looked around. I can hear water dripping in the distance, but I can't sense any monsters close by, he called to Jack and Ella. They jumped after him. Smells better, Jack said. Should we set a temporary camp here? Ella asked. Nothing fancy. We will return to spend the night outside, Arad said, and Jack nodded. The second layer shouldn't be that hard to clear. Ella quickly marked the hole they dropped from and set a small torch so they can find it from afar. But the moment the light hit the walls, Jack smacked it from Ayla's hand and stomped it. Ayla looked into the distance, trying to guess what caused Jack's actions, and she soon saw it. A swarm of pale-skinned, frill-headed lizards, the size of dogs, glared toward them. Axles! Life was in the dark, so they attacked any light sources. No wonder the air is humid around here, Ayla whispered to Arad. Are they strong? Arad asked, looking at the dog-sized monsters. No, Jack was the one to reply. They can't even kill a newborn with their soft bite, he said, growling, but their saliva is filled with shroom blind, a fungus that attacks the eyes of living beings and blinds them. Magic can heal it. But in most cases you have to say goodbye to your eyes if they swarmed you, Ayala said, stepping back. We must kill them without getting close. Poison is our safest option. Should we retreat? Arad asked, looking at Jack and Ayala. That's the sensible option. I don't have the right position to deal with them, Jack said. You can take them on, Mom said. Dragons have several nictitating membranes protecting their eyes, and you can cover yourself with the void, destroying any spores close to you. Are you sure? Those creatures are to dragons what onion is to humans. The best they can do is irritate the eyes, Mom replied. I should be able to take them on, Arad said. Jack and Ayala stared at Arad. No, you can't. What if you got blind? Ayala said. Do you know how much it will cost to get a healer to fix your eyes? Jack stared at him. Arad looked at them with a smile. I'm a dragon. My eyes should be sturdier than most people. Silently, he transformed into his draconic form. Another misconception about those creatures is they are dangerous, Mom said. How is that? Their bite is weak, right? Most people can't see them fight since they kill them with poison. But those things can use lightning magic, and they can regenerate faster than most creatures. How do you know that? Your mother used an Axol queen as an infinite source of food when she was young, feeding the beast mana so it can heal and then eating its flesh. How do I fight them? Just hack and slash. They will die quickly. Lightning magic might hurt you a bit. Arad rushed toward the monsters, igniting a small flame on the tip of his tail to draw their attention. The moment they swarmed at him, he started munching on them. They aren't as soft as slimes. They flesh bodies. Mom sighed. Jack and Ayala watched Arad tear through the monsters with ease. It's amazing to have a dragon around, Jack said with a smile. Dragons are considered S-rank monsters. We should expect Arad to be ahead of other monsters, at least in the first layers. Ella smiled. S rank in Potential. That means they can get absurdly strong, but I don't know about Arad. Jack looked at Arad fighting. You're worried about him being a magic dragon? Ella sighed. All dragons are equally strong. That isn't it? Jack looked at her. Legend has it that the chromatic dragon goddess Tiamat mated with an eldritch god. The magic dragons were the spawn of that relationship. No one knows much about them. Jack shook his head. I'm afraid his body will react weirdly to positions or the likes. Remember what he suffered from vampirism and lycanthropy? Aela smiled. Well, listen to yourself. People say that the eldritch god is the same one behind Arya. Acknowledging him means you were wrong about Arya being a god. They aren't the same. Stop spreading that nonsense, Jack looked at Arad. We might need to look for information about the magic dragons. I bet the mages of the capital would do the impossible to get Arad and learn about the ancient primordials. Ella's face shifted. She became serious for a moment. I heard some cults tried to summon Cthulhu and Yog-Sothoth. Some even reached so low as to try and summon the demon lord Daimon. Chapter 118. A Suspicious Mage Crunch. Arad finally finished tearing all the axles down. Those tiny monsters weren't his equal. Arad, are they all down? Aella approached him, keeping her eyes closed in case an axle remained alive. Arad shifted to his humanoid form and looked at her. They are all dead. Let's set a camp. At this rate, we will end up clearing multiple layers daily. Jack sighed and started setting the tent. How long does it take for a dungeon to refill? Arad asked. A week. Didn't we talk about that before? Aella replied, looking at him. To be more precise, it depends on the dungeon rank. C rank take a week. Jack explained in more detail and waved his hand. Come help me. The three of them slowly built a basic camp inside the second layer and then turned to search the place. This is the second layer. They should find something of value here. Arad, did you keep the Axel's bodies? Aella asked. Yes, Arad replied. They are in my stomach. Good, Jack smiled. I bet some alchemists would pay a good penny for them, for making antidotes and such. Thud. Arad walked forward with Jack and Aella behind him. He looked at the jagged walls and the damp ground, searching for the way to the third layer. Arad could hear the echoes of each step booming across the empty cave, in the Adventurers' Guild. Nina was doing her job like any day, and a strange man walked through the door. Is the adventurer named Arad here? He asked. The whole guild fell silent, staring at the man. It was clear from his clothes that he was a mage, wearing a black robe and a funny hat. The smile on his face never faded as he inspected the place. I don't see him anywhere. The man giggled. Come here for a moment. Nina waved her hand, calling the man to her desk. Whew, the man gasped with a smile. Did you happen to know where I can find him? He approached her desk, almost jumping in his steps. Why are you looking for him? Nina asked. I have a quest for him? The man smiled. I have a problem with a small dragon to the east, and I want it dead. Can I put a quest? Nina glared at him. Which dragon? What is the exact location, and what do you know of its nature? A very young black dragon that has been terrorizing the native villages across the Black Bogs, the man explained. Nina pulled a book from her desk and inspected the known dragon location, and the man's story seemed legit. There was a black dragon couple just a few days away from the Black Bogs. A child of their escaping there wasn't strange. I see. I will put the quest up, Nina replied with a smile. Did you happen to know where Arad is? I want to speak with him about the quest, the man asked. He's on a quest. I can't give you details as that is against the guild rules, Nina replied. The man sighed. Guess I have to wait. He looked down. I heard the legendary Alcott lives here. Do you know where I can find him? I want him to sign my spell book if possible. Alcott is out on a quest as well, Nina replied, and the man sighed. So he's out of the city. With a sad face, the man walked out of the guild to find an inn to stay in. Nina looked around for a moment and then sighed. Abel, come here. I have some news about your quest. Abel, who was in the guild, drinking, heard her and stood. Come on, don't tell me you have to give priority to that man. He approached her with a sad face. Follow me to the private room, Nina said. Abel's eyes sparkled. For real, he shouted. Hooray! Be quiet, Nina glared at him, and they headed to the private room. Inside, Abel glared at Nina with a smile. What should do? Take my clothes.
Stop playing dumb,
Nina sighed. You know why I called you here? Abel's face changed. You're not fun at all. He looked at the door. That man was suspicious, I agree. Nina nodded. But his story seemed legit. I would have punched his face in the past. Something about him is tickling my nerves. Nina glared at Abel. I want someone to follow him, learn what he is up to. Abel scratched his head. You know I can't search to save my life. You're the Lord's son. Can't you do anything to learn what he wants? Nina stared at Abel. Abel smiled. I can get the guards to arrest him on false notice, or try to bait him with one of my girls. But if he's serious, I doubt any of them will work. Mages with spells, they are tricky to deal with. Nina looked at the table. How about you, asked Merlin. Isn't she a mage as well? Abel suggested. She is busy, and I can't waste her time with suspicion. Nina replied. Alcott is on a quest. I assume Ginger is with him? Abel asked. Yeah, those two moves together. Even Amber is out, Nina sighed. It might be a good idea to notice Merlin that another mage is looking for Arad. Just tell her and see how she would respond, Abel responded. Knock, knock. Nina, the adventurer named Gojo is asking for you. I'm coming. Nina stood. Try and find a way to get the information for me. What do I get for it? Abel stared at Nina. You would have Arad do your quest in time, as a dragon is more urgent. Nina glared at him, and Abel sighed. So either I take that mage out, or I would have to wait. Nina opened the door and looked at her desk. Gojo stared at her with his glowing blue eyes, his party behind him. What is it? Nina approached her desk with a smile. Gojo rested his elbows on the desk and glared back with a smile. That mage earlier, wasn't he a bit weird? He said. What do you mean? Nina stared at him. Gojo smiled. With how much magic he has, won't killing a young dragon be easy for him? He turned his head, his white hair trailing with the wind. He did have the time to waste and travel all the way here, so why didn't he just slay the dragon? You can tell how much magic he has. Nina glared at Gojo. Vors, the elf behind Gojo, walked forward. As much as I hate to admit it, Gojo here is talented in sensing people's magic. He's right, Gug added, half shouting with her arms crossed. My brother Jack is with Arad, the trifling with Gojo walked forward. I do feel that Man was suspicious as well, and I can't let this slide. Gojo smiled, looking at Nina. She's right, I can't let a brother alone. Jack is my brother, it doesn't matter, Gojo replied. Nina smiled and pulled out a paper. I will write a letter to Merlin, deliver it to her, I see. Gojo smiled. But Gojo, what about our mission? Vars growled. We need some time so everything can fall in place. Gojo replied, Don't rush it. Vars sighed. I guess you're right. Here is the letter. Take it and head to Merlin's tower. Nina handed them the letter, and the party headed out. Ho, Abel smiled in the back. It wasn't just us who get weirded out by that man. This only makes us more certain he is up to no good. Yeah, Nina replied. I will inform the guild to keep an eye on him as well. You can't let someone with Arad's skills go to waste, Abel smiled. But in my eye, that Gojo kid looks just as skilled. Do you think so? Nina looked at Gojo, leaving the guild. He only took small jobs and barely finished them. They always seemed to have something else to do besides doing guild quests. No veil. Is that so? Abel smiled. How interesting. When will you move? Nina glared at Abel. Come on, I still have some time here. Abel smiled. What about the guildmaster? Won't she do anything about this? Nina shook her head. The guildmaster isn't in the city. She sighed. I heard she is out visiting an old friend. Visiting an old friend? Abel stared at Nina. I don't the details, but they live in the Far East. She might not be back for a month, Nina explained. We lack a lot of capable people, Abel sighed. I will go and keep an eye on that mage, make sure I get to have Arad first. He smiled, in the street. The mage walked around, searching for an inn when a blonde girl called him. Sir Mage, excuse me for a moment. She rushed to his side. What is it? The mage glared at her. Care to have a moment? She stared at him, smiling. Chapter 119 bonus, Dual Swords. The mage stared at the woman clinging to him. What is your deal? Leave me alone. He pushed her away and kept walking. The woman glared at him, crossing her eyebrows in frustration. Listen to me. She approached him again. Move, mom, lub. The mage looked at her with one eye, sleep. He pointed a wooden wand at her from underneath his robe. Thud. The woman's eyes curled back and she fell to the ground. The mage took the chance and walked away, pretending he didn't see anything. People gathered around, staring at the woman, wondering, what happened? Ah. The woman stood, glaring forward with a scornful gaze. The fucker escaped. She pushed the people, blocking her path to the side, and rushed into the back streets. Some people chased after her. Hey, wait for a moment, lady. But when they turned into the back streets, they saw no women there, only a blond man walking away. The mage rushed away. What was that? Since when did this city have women like that? He growled, approaching a fruit shop. Lady, can you tell me where I can find a decent inn? He asked with a smile, lifting 2 apples. I will buy these, thank you, the woman smiled, packing the apples as she thought. How long are you going to stay? Just a day or 2, the mage replied. In that case, I would suggest the Elephant Trunk in the west, she smiled. It's a brothel, but their rooms are cleaner than any inn in the city. Most people spend nights in there without even asking for service. The mage took a step back. You must be joking. The woman shook her head. No, but they have a policy that you can only stay 3 days a month, she replied. The mage shook his head. Can you give me another one? I would insist. And what's the harm in going there? I could even put a word with them to get a free stay, she smiled, squeezing her chest out. The mage grabbed the apples and rushed away, not even taking his change. The shopkeeper glared at him and snorted, The fucker, this isn't my strong suit, damn it. She looked back, spitting in disdain. She opened the cabinet behind her, and a tied man fell out. She stared at him. Sorry about this. Take this. She threw him 5 silver coins and left after loosening his bind. The tied man freed himself almost immediately and rushed out, grabbing a blond man he saw walking away. Hey, you there. Did you see a brown-haired bitch? She walked into my shop and tied me. The man cried. The blond man stared at him. It was Abel. I don't know. She might have run in the other direction. Thanks. The man smiled and rushed in the other direction. Abel walked in the back streets. The bastard ran away. I wasted too much time with the shopkeeper. You there. Abel stopped, hearing a voice call him. He looked up and saw a dozen hooded people watching him from the rooftops. You've been in the wrong place and time twice now. Nothing personal, but we're going to keep you with us for 2 days. Abel smiled. You aren't from the city guard. I don't remember seeing your faces around here. We aren't obligated to identify ourselves, and it's better for you not to know us. We want to keep bloodshed to a minimum, so come with us willingly, and we can guarantee your safety. One of the hooded men replied. Abel smiled. I guess not. I have places to be in, and you're in my way, he smiled, lifting his hands. He looked around. The area was empty. He took an empty road to make sure people didn't see him, but those bastards used it to ambush him. Don't say we didn't warn you. The hooded men pulled their weapons. Bam. Abel's body disappeared, and a burst of air exploded, sending a shockwave across the street as Abel reappeared before the speaking man, swinging 2 swords. Clang! Clang! The hooded man barely blocked the attack, growing as his wrist screamed in pain. He's fast. How did he get to me? The hooded man was on the roof of a building, and Abel reached him in the blink of an eye. Abel carried 2 swords, a short sword in his left hand and a long sword in his right. A dual sword wielder. "Stop him right away!" one of the men shouted, rushing at Abel with a dagger stab. Clang! Abel blocked the man's strike with ease. "I want to get to my wives. Can't you let me go?" He glared at them, and the man's dagger started to rust. "What?" the man growled, leaping away and staring at his dagger. "What is this?" Abel looked at them, smiling. "Attacking me randomly in the street. I should help you visit the guards, shouldn't I?" "We are a secret troop of the city." "You can't do that, and resisting us is a crime." One of the men shouted, threatening Abel. "You could get executed by the Lord." Abel smiled. "Me? They didn't seem to know he was the Lord's son. I know my rights," glared at them. "Want to keep me, then bring me the arrest decree. Otherwise, I'm treating you like bandits." The men glared at each other, growling as Abel stared at them with an evil smile. "Then here you die," one of them rushed forward, and swing a sword, clang, crack. Abel deflected the attack and kicked the man in the jewels, knocking him down. "Is this all that you get? I've seen kids stronger than you," he smiled. "Attack him together. Don't let him have got a one-on-one fight." All of the men rushed at Abel while one of them ran away to report. Abel spotted the running man and wanted to stop him. "Get off my way," he growled, surrounded from every direction. The man rushed away, but the moment he reached the end of the street, he found a young, white-haired man looking at him with a smile. "Yo, why the hurry?" He smiled. "Move!" The man attempted to push him away, but the young threw him to the ground, glaring at him with a smile. "That wasn't very nice of you." He pointed one finger down. Crack! The man got encased in ice. "Isn't that Gojo?" Abel looked at the man he had seen before in the guild, and the one Nina asked to look into the mage matter with him. Chapter 120, Ice Rose. "Who are you?" one of the men shouted, rushing at Gojo with a sword. Gojo smiled. "I'm but a harmless human." He dodged the sword without moving from where he stood, only slightly bending backward. Clench, he grabbed the man's wrist with a smile. Thwack, 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 thwack. Gojo used his palm and smacked the man's chest like a drum, shaking his insides. "Roses are harmless until you poke them," Gojo said, letting the man fall on the ground, bleeding. Crack. He then froze him, smiling. "Well said." Abel pushed the men surrounding him away. "Let's us take them down, but make sure they stay alive. Who are you?" Gojo stared at Abel with a stupid face. "Does it matter? The guild sent me. We're already fighting. Where are the others?" Abel asked. Gojo smacked his hands. That's what it was about. He smiled as if finally realizing something. "Sorry, but we're spread thin. Only I have spare times to wander around and save random people." The attackers looked at each other. "Let's retreat," a man shouted. "Deserting means death," another growled. "Are you joking? One has the hair of the devil and the other has the hair of the evil god. No good will come from them." The man turned away to run for his life, but Gojo appeared before him, even though he was on the other side of the street. Hair of an evil god. Now that hurt my feeling. He smiled. "Get away from me, you monster." The man pulls an axe from his waist and swings it at Gojo, attempting to behead him. Crack. The axe froze before reaching Gojo's head, and the man stood like a statue of pure ice. Teleportation. One of the men shouted, but Gojo stared at them, confused. "The hell are you talking about?" A cold wind blew across the street. It started snowing out of nowhere, and Gojo's voice echoed. "This is it." Several Gojos appeared everywhere, on the opposite sides of the street and the top of the building. Snow clones? Never heard of them? The clones spoke simultaneously, their bodies shifting between transparent and apparent. "Ice can reflect and become transparent, so I can make the clones invisible. And since their feet are made of fluffy snow, good luck hearing them moving." Gojo smiled, and all of his clones jumped down, beating the men to a pulp and freezing them. "Yo, are you all right, Goldie?" Gojo extended his hand to Abel, smiling. "Who are you?" "A court mage, an ice master." Abel stared at him. "Me? I'm Gojo, an adventurer." No more and no less. Gojo looked around at all the frozen people. Who are they? You attacked without knowing? Abel sighed. I was following someone with my clones when 2 women interrupted my search, deterring the man away. Gojo glared at Abel, and you were there, so I need you to go with me to the guild. Abel stood with a smile. I don't mind going to the guild with you, but can that wait? I still have to track that man. You're going with me now. That mage is my target, Gojo replied with a stupid face. Make me, Abel smiled, glaring at Gojo's glowing blue eyes. Bet? How much? Gojo smiled. Think you can, crack. Gojo froze Abel immediately, staring at him. I can always take the money from your frozen body, but I don't think the guild will take kindly to that. So I will let them play with you. Later that day, Abel woke in the guild's infirmary, and Nina informed him that Gojo brought him in with the suspects, saying he was acting suspiciously. That bastard, Abel growled. I will have him arrested. Please stop it, Nina said, sitting beside him. Here is a letter of apology from Gojo. Abel snatched the letter from her hand. Does he think this will be the end of it? Abel tried to open the envelope, and Nina's instincts immediately kicked in. She jumped away so fast that she left holes in the ground. The letter exploded into a burst of cold magic, freezing Abel again. When Nina looked at what is written, the letter said, Chill out, son of the Lord, or should I say daughter? I honestly don't know. How could you do that? Illusion magic. I will give it a try. Nina sighed. How could he? She looked at the frozen Abel and the bed he was on. What was that spell, I better ask Merlin? Inside the dungeon, Arad. Jack and Ayla have finished setting their camp and found the passageway to the 3rd layer. Jack stared down the dark hole. Doesn't look any better? Not that it's supposed to, he sighed. Should we jump? Arad asked. No. We will use a rope to rappel down, Jack replied. Wouldn't it be better if we tried to look down with a light first? Ayla asked. Good idea, Jack nodded. Let's tie a lantern to the end of the rope and see what's down there. After doing that, they could still see nothing. It was pitch black. Crack! But as they were about to pull the rope, something big bites it and pulls like a fish. Damn it, Jack let go of the rope before he could be pulled down. What was that? Ayla gasped. I saw a large ant, Arad said, glaring down the hole. It was for a moment, but I'm sure I saw a cow-sized ant. Giant ants, Jack growled. That's a problem. Giant ants? I think a mice-sized ant would be giant. Those are far worse, Arad pointed down. You're right, but wrong, Jack looked at Arad. We call them giant ants because they are ant-sized to the giants. You will grow to be an ancient dragon in the future, and they will look ant-sized to you. Ayla stared at them. They have armored exoskeletons. My arrows can't pierce them. How are we going to deal with them? Which hit harder? A small rock or a big one? Arad asked. A big one? But it's harder to throw, Jack replied. Good. Ayla, give me your arrows. I will try something I read in the gravity book, Arad smiled.